Council is in session. Please be seated. This meeting of Ajax Council is being held in a hybrid meeting format with virtual and in-person participation by members of the public, staff, and council. This meeting is also being live streamed and may be viewed online at ajax.ca/live. A friendly reminder to all participants, please use their microphone at all times for the benefit of those participating in council chambers and joining remotely. To those making submissions as part of a public meeting, please ensure you sign in using the sheet available at the accessible lectern to preserve rights available to you under the Planning Act or other applicable legislation. I'll now call this meeting to order. I'd like to begin this meeting by acknowledging that the land on which we gather is situated within the traditional and treaty territory of the Mississaugas, more specifically the Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nation, signatories of the Gun Shop Treaty of 1788 and the Williams Treaties of 1923. This land is and will continue to be home to the Indigenous peoples. Let us acknowledge the mistakes and traumas of the past through authenticity and support truth and reconciliation. Let us engage and celebrate Indigenous communities by being leaders of action in acknowledging the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's recommendations towards truth and reconciliation. Let us keep these principles close as we continue towards truth and reconciliation and as we move forward with kindness and respect as a community. Does any member of council have any disclosure of pecuniary interest on items of today's agenda? Well, seeing, hearing none. I see the resolutions weren't passed or signed, so I'll just sort of do what I did the other day and go by ward. And if I bring something up that somebody does not want to move or second, let me know and I'll assign somebody else to it just for time. The first item is the waiving of the rules of procedure. You were all, a motion came out on Friday with regards to Range Ashbury Road, which will require 2/3 vote waiving of the rules since it came in after the deadline. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please, to waive the rules? Moved by Councillor Lee, seconded by Councillor Bauer. That the rules of procedure be waived to add a notice of motion 9.3, temporary opening of the Ashbury Boulevard and Range Road link. Comments? Hearing, seeing none. Those in favor? This requires 5, 2/3. Please open the vote.
We're waiting on one member of council.
That is carried. That will show up as 9.3 in the agenda when we get to that stage. I'll start with Ward 1, moved by Councillor Tyler Moran, seconded by Councillor Crawford, that the minutes of the regular meeting of council held on April 15, 2024 be adopted. Any questions, comments, errors, and omissions on the minutes? Hearing, seeing none. Those in favor? Those are received. Does anybody have any questions arising from any items on today's agenda? Well, Mr. Clerk, did anybody submit online with any questions to items on today's agenda?
Mr. Mayor, no one submitted questions.
Thank you. Moving on to delegations. The first delegation, degree, certificate, or designation achievements. Shane Baker, CAO, Town of Ajax. Shane?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, members of council and members of the public. I'm here today because recently at a senior management team meeting, we were talking about steps we could take to recognize different achievements of our staff. And it was discussed that some time ago, before I started here actually in 2018, the town had a practice of recognizing different staff who achieved degrees or certificates or designations that they had undertook in relation to their professional career. So we thought we would bring that back on an annual basis. Some of the ones that I'm going to note today are from this year, last year. I think there might be one from the year before, but we plan on doing these on an annual basis going forward, just so you're aware. So it is my honor to present to you today some of our staff who have invested in themselves through education and have accomplished their
Just one
goals.
sec, Shane. Can we ask everybody to turn your cell phones off, please? Put them on silent. Thank you.
Thank you. It is my honor to present to you today some of our staff who have invested in themselves through education and have accomplished their goals and achieved their degree, certificate, or designation over the past year or so. I know from experience that continuing education while also working and caring for a family takes a lot of effort, dedication, and in many cases long nights and weekends studying or completing essays. So the senior leadership team believes it is very important to take this time to acknowledge their achievement, as the efforts these individuals have made to prioritize their personal lives to achieve their education and professional goals should be celebrated. I'd also like to recognize that this skill development is great news for the town and for our residents, because it means that we now have an even greater staff knowledge pool, which will well serve the town and help us achieve our mission of leading the way in everything we do. And before we start, I'd like to personally thank all of you for your commitment to improvement and to the town. Congratulations on your achievement. So as I call you up, please go up to the stage. So you're going to go up that hallway there, I think you've been instructed, and go around, and the mayor will present you with a certificate. And stay on the stage as we'll be taking a group photo. So to start off, from the finance department, joining us remotely is Jody Leary, who has accomplished her designations from the Institute of Public Procurement, Certified Procurement Professional in September 2023, and Technology Procurement Specialist Certificate in February 2024. Next, we have Harpreet Mann, who accomplished the Payroll Leadership Professional Designation, or PLP, in September of 2023. From the Corporate Services Department, we have Shane Christensen, who accomplished the Municipal Law Enforcement Officer Certification in September 2023. Also, we have Caitlin Dussom, who received the Certified Information Systems Security Professional Designation in December 2022. We also have Chris Walker, who received the Diploma in Public Administration from Western University in October 2022. From Planning and Development Services, Nathan Landry received the Full Certified Planning Technician's designation in February 2024. Also from Planning and Development, we have Sean Jeffrey, who achieved full member status with the Ontario Professional Planners Institute and the Canadian Institute of Planners in September of 2023, with a registered professional planner designation and a member of the Canadian Institute of Planners designation. From Fire and Emergency Services, we have Training Officer Chris Porter, who received his Fire Officer 3 designation in October 2023. We also have Deputy Chief Shane Kimball, who achieved his Incident Management System, or IMS 300 certification in May of 2023. And finally, from Operations and Environment Services, we have Phil Spackham, who received the Gas Technician 1 certificate through the Technical Safety Standards Association in February of 2024. Congratulations to everyone on your hard work. I'm going to ask council and all the directors to come join us for the photo. Can we get a round of applause for everybody? Thank you.
Thank you, Shane. On behalf of myself and council, congratulations to all members of staff on these amazing achievements. Well done. Moving on to item 5.2, delegation removal of bike lanes on Harwood Avenue South. Derek
Mr.
Lee.
Mayor, I believe we were going to reorder the agenda to have Chair Henry address council.
Oh, thank you for,
My apologies.
okay. Moving on to item 5.5, Durham Regional Annual Update. John Henry, Regional Chair and CEO of the Regional Municipality of Durham, and Elaine Baxter Taher, CAO, the Regional Municipality of Durham. Please come forward. That's not Elaine.
Elaine is not able to make it today. Mayor Collier, to your council and to your staff and the members of the audience, it's a pleasure to be here. And I'm proud to say that I knew the meeting couldn't start because I was behind you on the highway. And I knew the meeting wouldn't start. And I'm proud to say that you didn't break the speed limit all the way here because the highway was so busy. But before I start, I want to take the opportunity to thank you, Mayor Collier, as Chair of the Police Services Board, and Councillor Crawford for the work that you do as Chair of Transit, and to the members of Regional Council for the great work you do, not only at Council, but through our not-for-profit housing corporation. And I just want to recognize the work that you do. And I really do want to recognize the relationship that the region does have with the town of Ajax. We're both working together to serve our residents. And I really want to start our discussion today by saying that it's a big year for the region of Durham. We're celebrating our 50th anniversary. In celebration of this momentous occasion for a day, winners will be announced next week. We have community placemaking and art installations planned for residents together and encouraging community members to enjoy their local surroundings. And we are hosting a fun, family-friendly, doors-open event on June 15th at regional facilities, and I hope to see everyone take part. You can stay up to date on all of the 50th anniversary initiatives at durham.ca/50 years. And as I reflect on our history of Durham Region, I think about how far we've come, and there are 4 key themes that stand out to me. The first theme is growth. Durham Region is the largest jurisdiction in the GTHA, with an area just over 2,500 square kilometers. And just to reference that, the City of Toronto would fit in the municipality of Clarington. And our region and the town of Ajax have experienced transformational growth. We started as a merger of 21 local municipalities from various counties, and we have transformed into a single region with more than 14,000 businesses, 4 post-secondary institutions, and a great quality of life for our residents. And since the region was created, our population has soared from 247,000 people to this morning 750,000 residents. And that means we have needed to invest in critical infrastructure like roads, water, wastewater plants to support our growth. In 2023, the region spent more than $13 million on the water supply and sanitary sewer projects in the town of Ajax to increase capacity and enable future growth. We have also invested more than $6 million in new road safety technologies, including traffic signal projects to create safer roads for drivers, pedestrians, and cyclists. And to support our growth, we needed more housing. The region and the town are working together to do our part to enable development. This includes working with private-public sector partners to create more affordable rental housing and to help improve housing choices, affordability, and sustainability in our community. In Ajax, the region is supporting the development of affordable housing through the Region's At-Home Incentive Program, or HIP. Through AHIP, we will be providing $5 million to lead them in developments to build 78 affordable units at 310 Kingston Road East in Ajax. Nearly half of all the units in this building are designed to accommodate people using mobility devices such as a wheelchair. That brings me to the second theme, safe and healthy communities. Durham Region Council has invested in critical service like policing, paramedics, and homelessness supports to ensure the safety and well-being of our residents. This was a tough budget year for the Region Council, maybe the toughest one I've been part of. There was a lot of great debate among council, but we are committed to delivering and maintaining safe and reliable services for our residents. The Durham Regional Police Service will hire 54 new uniform officers in 2024 to serve and protect our communities, and we are committed to helping those who are in need. The region continues to invest in primary care outreach programs, which is a true Durham success story. The mobile team, which operates 7 days a week, has an advanced care paramedic partnered with a social worker who provide on-location outreach services to vulnerable populations. In 2023, our PCOP team supported 553 clients through 3,609 interactions where critical services like assessment, triage, intervention, referrals to community supports, and more were provided to willing clients. This team supports people where they are and helps prevent visits to Lake Ridge Health emergency rooms. In January, we launched our new street outreach team, which actively seeks out people experiencing unsheltered homelessness to develop trust and help support their basic needs, and aims to connect them by the region's by name list, which has grown to 586 individuals. In the first month of this program, the team met with clients across the region more than 650 times. In addition to outreach services, the region is creating a network of shelters and wraparound supports that will help achieve our ultimate goal of reducing homelessness. Here in Ajax, the Christian Faith Outreach Center and Durham Youth Services continue to provide immediate shelter resolutions and supports for those who are in need most. And our newest shelter at 1635 Dundas Street in Whitby recently welcomed its first occupants. This building not only provides shelter, it provides people with access to resources that meet their unique needs. Advancing housing options across Durham, across the spectrum is also a top priority in Durham. This includes providing more high-quality, affordable housing, including rental housing, as well as supportive and traditional housing. And we will build more housing. We need to think about how people will move around the region. That is 2,500 square kilometers. The third theme that comes to mind is mobility. We are focused on transit and transportation to ensure that our people and goods can get where they need to go. Durham Region's Transit is one of Ontario's largest regional transit systems, offering a suite of innovative options for scheduled, on-demand, and specialized services. And our ridership has grown beyond pre-pandemic levels, and we are seeing record ridership numbers month over month in 2024. Last year, there were almost 590,000 hours of scheduled and demand response services, 142,000 on-demand trips, 96,000 specialized service trips, and for support for almost 149,000 customer service calls. We have an ambitious 10-year strategy that will significantly increase transit service levels, as well as transition our fleet to electric buses, which has already begun. For more than 30 years, we've talked about the GO train extension, and I'm proud to see that Metrolinx is doing the work to deliver this project. The region has been working with the Ministry of Infrastructure on the potential to develop the 4 GO stations along the extension. And this is a great example of how the region can contribute to a major capital project with region-wide benefits that would be much more challenging for any one single municipality to lead on their own. GO stations that spur transit-oriented communities will bring new development that will potential for thousands of housing units, create jobs, and play a vital role in investment attraction. And the Durham-Scarborough Bus Rapid Transit Project and future Simcoe Street Rapid Transit Project have great potential to link residents with education and employment opportunities through these important transportation corridors. The last theme is maybe the most exciting: innovation. I don't need to tell you that Durham Region is a place where innovation is happening every day to solve global challenges. The 2023 to 2027 Durham Region Economic Development Strategy and Action Plan, Ready, Set, Future, a place blueprint for Durham, is building the foundation for a strong, resilient economy that maximizes opportunities for businesses and growth, innovation, and partnership. It is a partnership between the region and the town that supports investment, helping to bring distribution companies like H&M and Amazon have brought hundreds of high-quality jobs to town, or Lake Ridge Logistics Center, prime location and use of zero-carbon designs, which are a first of their kind in Ajax, make it an attraction option for inbound investment. These jobs are important to retain bright, talented students graduating from Durham College, Ontario Tech, Trent University, Durham GTA, and Queen's University of Medicine program here in Durham. New graduates are in the driver's seat of the future. For a few students, they are literally in the driver's seat of global mobility with Ontario Tech's Project Arrow, which is being showcased on the global stage. It is incredible to see Durham-built innovation touring the world, and we will continue to develop and adopt innovation across all regional services. For example, Durham has been an innovative leader using waste as a resource in the circular economy while demonstrating leadership in sustainability and mitigating environmental impacts. The Durham York Energy Center is a model of how we are working to create a stronger, more resilient future. The center converts household waste into electricity, generating about 14 megawatts of electrical energy, which is enough to power about 10,000 homes. We've been successful because our commitment to innovation. We've created a reputation that has propelled us into the global spotlight. This is reflected in our designation as one of the world top 7 in intelligent communities twice, once in 2022 and again in 2023. And we are in the running to be named again for the 3rd year in a row. Durham Region is a wonderful place to call home and continues to be an attractive place to put down roots. We take pride in the high quality of life that our residents, business owners, and other stakeholders have come to enjoy. And we are proud of the rich diversity of our communities. We strive to create vibrant, welcoming communities where everyone feels a sense of belonging, where high quality and equitable services are accessible to everyone, and where the equal opportunities for all, and where each and every person is valued for who they are, because safe, welcoming, and inclusive communities will help to build a brighter future for our region. Thank you again for allowing me to share how the region and Ajax are working together to best serve the needs of our residents and businesses today and in the future. And Your Worship, I'm prepared to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Chair Henry, and you had 1:07 to go. Good job.
Thank you.
Any questions to Chairman Henry? First person on the list is Councillor Henry.
Hi, thank you, Chair Henry, for being here today. For those of you at home, we are not related. Just putting that out there. Question with regards to 1635 Dundas. You've got a facility opening up there in Whitby, and I'm just wondering if there will be a duplication of that here in Ajax. We get a lot of questions with regards to the homelessness, and we know that CFOC is doing a great job in handling that file here in Ajax, but will there be a bigger facility? Does the region foresee that? Are you looking at buying any property here?
So 1635 is opened, and it has been now for 8 weeks. It is a great success story. It's the first of its kind where people in need, homeless with mental health or addiction issues, have a location to go where they're not put back out on the street in the morning. So the tools that they need to get on with their life are available there, and the supports as well. Very proud of that project. Our Beaverton, we have a project in Beaverton that will open hopefully in the early fall that will do and mimic the same thing. But what uniques about Beaverton is 17 of the units will be dedicated to young people whose parents are no longer able to look after them, where their parents have helped them through their lives, but they've reached that time in their life where they're not able to do that any longer, but they don't need to go to a senior's home. They need to be in a place where they'll get a little bit of help to help them with their lives, and I'm excited about that opportunity. That facility will only support the northern part of the region, Uxbridge, Brock, and Scugog. We continue, as you know, we've bought additional properties. We're working at transforming some of our housing units that are aged and need to be replaced. So we are working on not only supports, but transitional housing as well, so that people can get on with their lives and continue back into society. But Your Worship, if you would allow me a rant for one moment, is that all the money we need to deal with homelessness, mental health, and addictions already exists. The problem is there's no playbook. There is no set of drawings like you would build a house that are standard across this country. Homelessness is not a Durham Region issue. Homelessness goes from coast to coast to coast. And we've been asking the federal government and the province to put rules in place so that all communities are doing the same thing. With the money that you save once you manage the challenges of addiction, and part of that is how you deal with drug dealers, And that money then, because people are allowed to get into programs, go to helping them with their mental health. And then housing is easy, but housing people that have addictions and mental health challenges are not so easy. So there is a way to do this. We don't need any more money. What we need is we need rules in place that support the great work that's happening, not just in Durham, but across the country.
Is there something we could do with regards to a motion at the municipal levels?
Your regional council and councilors and the mayor are absolutely supportive of what we're doing. More support is we're always thankful for that. Making sure that you're heard. Ajax and Oshawa are the two challenged communities. Whitby has challenges, but all 8 municipalities have challenges. And really what we need is, we've requested on behalf of council, we've addressed the 3 leaders, federal leaders, to say, bring us together. Let's bring all the good things that are happening everywhere. Let's set some guidelines on how we manage this, and let's work together to solve homelessness, mental health, and addictions. This country is known for really great things, and we have done some big things and bold things. But just after Confederation, the people in office decided to build a railroad from coast to coast to coast, or from coast to coast. They did it in 5 years with no technology. They did it with tape measures and eyeglasses. Using that same thought process and applying it to the challenges of mental health and addictions and homelessness. Could we fix this in 5 years? I think we could. That's just my opinion.
I like your spirit.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you for coming before us today.
Thank you.
Councillor Crawford, you're next.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Chair Henry. This is probably the highest tax increase from the region that we've ever seen. Can you talk a little bit about why that is and the downloading effect of that in the region?
So I can, and as members of Regional Council are aware, Bill 23 was a real challenge for every municipality in Ontario. The challenge for Bill 23 for us is Durham Region you have to redo your development charges every 10 years. Durham Region was the first community under the new development charge rules related to Bill 23. On our budget this year, the impact was $58 million. Through working through the large mayors group, the Marco, the mayors and regional chairs group, Bill 23 has been withdrawn, but the challenge and the impacts of the decisions related to Bill 23 still existed for Durham Region. I believe the only municipality in Ontario, $58 million of funds that were not recoverable.
Also, the challenges with asylum seekers and homelessness also?
Well, homelessness we talked about, and the challenge is that homelessness it needs to be addressed. But the challenge of asylum seekers, in Durham Region, there was no asylum seeker prior to June of last year. So when the challenges started to happen and the Welcoming Center in Ajax started to realize the problems that we were having, they acted very quickly. At one point, we've got somewhere close to about 800 asylum seekers have come into Durham Region. It wasn't something that we planned for, budgeted for. We sent the bills to the federal government for our costs, and regional councils are aware that we were $1 million short last year recovering the funds that we put out towards asylum seekers. We remind the federal government that this is a partnership, and we've got a challenge coming down the road on how we're going to continue to fund this. So I'm hoping that the federal government comes back and says, okay, we recognize that people from around the world are choosing to come to Canada to have that great Canadian dream. And here in Durham, we're no different than the city of Toronto. We need financial support, total financial support, not just a recovery of everything but $1 million, 100% recovery for the great work that we do with our staff in partnership with the town of Ajax and our Welcoming Center.
Which is the right thing to do. Thank you.
I muted myself. I don't see anybody else on the speakers list, so I'll just follow up with some budget questions, because I want residents to understand, yes, this was a big increase this year, but this is just scratching the surface with what's coming, with changes that are made, and with growth. Can you just speak a little bit, Chair Henry, to the growth that we're expecting in the region and the need for infrastructure and policing and transit and roads and garbage collection and EMS and everything else to keep up with that growth, because I don't want people lulled into thinking, okay, we're still in a inflation mode. Inflationary budgets aren't going to cut it moving forward.
So by 2051, the population of Durham Region will double. And council has been thoughtful in how we've gone forward. So we now have 10-year plans for transit and for paramedics so that we can match growth and forecast into the future so that we're not caught with having to play catch up at the end. So that is something that I'm really proud of. I know that we've talked about a 10-year plan for policing. We're trying to think, you know, I like to use the expression about Gretzky. Gretzky was an amazing hockey player, but he always knew where the puck would be. So we know the goal is 2051. So it's about putting all the pieces together to get us to 2051, but also reminding the other levels of government that there are partners too. That when you decide to, you know, double populations and increase the needs for managing wastewater and drinking water, or the collection of waste and how we manage that, that if they're going to go down this path, that we are their partner, and there's an expectation of funding coming from both the province and the federal government. And I know that you advocate it when you're meeting with MPPs and MPs. I know that the council supports it, and we will continue to remind the other levels of government that this is a partnership. It only works when we all work together. No one community can do it in isolation. I often talk about the region of Durham as a pie. There's 8 slices that make up the region of Durham, but Durham region's the pie plate. But then you could look at, you know, you look at the province and they're the oven, and then you look at the federal government, they're the delivery service. And it's important that we all work together and that the residents of Ajax and Durham region voices are heard, that there is an expectation of partnerships.
Fair enough. I don't see anybody else in the speakers list, so I want to thank you very much on behalf of myself and council and town of Ajax for coming, and appreciated your update.
Well, thank you, and I wish you, your worship, and council and staff and the people in the audience a wonderful, safe day. Thank you.
Moving on to our next item, 5.2, delegation, removal of bike lanes on Harwood Avenue South, Derek Lee, Ajax resident, and Zach Osborne, Ajax resident. Please come forward, sign in, and you'll have 5 minutes for your delegation.
I'd like to thank you all for letting me make this presentation. Just to get straight into it, 2013 Town Council approved changes to the lower Harwood Avenue to provide parking spaces for access to Veterans Points, to improve the quality of rainwater entering Lake Ontario, to provide a safe buffer zone for cyclists, and more than anything, to prevent drag racing, which was a major issue of safety and noise. The the changes were well publicised, and the overall conclusion was overwhelming support for the changes. Fast forward to the General Government Committee of October the 12th, 2021, staff report presented to Council recommended that detailed design of active transportation commence as recommended in the 2012 Lower Harwood Study and the 2019 Integrated Transportation Master Plan, and that the existing on-road active transportation facilities and single vehicle travel lane in each direction remain in place on Harwood Avenue. Council's decision was to ignore the staff report and, at the insistence of the Mayor, construct a multi-use path on the east side of Harwood Avenue from Bailey Street to McRae Road, and to remove the existing bike lanes. The cost to taxpayers, $965,000, and the costs are estimate do not include design, relocation work, studies, contingency, etc. So the final cost is likely to be in excess of $100 million to solve a problem that doesn't exist. Why are 4 lanes necessary? Well, according to Mayor Collier, staff have presented the multi-use path as a safe method of travel for both pedestrians and cyclists, which will offer connections to Durham Region Transit, the multi-use trail along Bailey Street, and the waterfront trail, along with other key community destinations. The fact is, the existing buffered bike lanes and sidewalks already provide safe connectivity on both sides of Harwood Avenue. What's missing is the connection from Dreyer Drive to Bailey Street. Reason 2, bike lanes have led to issues. From the Mayor, the initial changes have led to an increase in issues along the route, including conflicts between road users and interruptions in traffic flow. These issues can create safety concerns and have led to complaints from area residents. Fact, in response to a request under the Freedom of Information Act, the town has provided no statistics for accidents on this section of Harwood Avenue. Traffic count reports provided for 2017 through to 2023 show that 2 traffic lanes are adequate for the volume of traffic. Between 2016 and 2024, the town received just 12 complaints relating to the existence of the bike lanes. Compare this to the number of emails, letters, and petitions signed by over 200 Ajax residents in favour of leaving Harwood Avenue untouched. 4. Staff has presented the multi-use path as a safe method of travel. In fact, a multi-use path is essentially a sidewalk that's been widened to 3 metres, supposedly for all users of all ages, of all abilities. One side of the road MUPs have bi-directional traffic, including children, dog walkers, seniors, mobility vehicles, and the blind. Also, it accounts for e-bikes, e-scooters, both legally permitted to travel at 32 kilometres per hour, electric unicycles, inline skaters, and fast road cyclists. Buffered bike lanes, on the other hand, provide safely separate 4 wheels from 2 wheels and 2 legs. Well, what's next? Well, clearly there's no justifications to spend in the order of $1 million of hard-earned taxpayers' money on a project that has no merit. Mayor and Council should accept the true facts and rescind the motion passed at the General Government Committee meeting of October the 12th, 2021. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. Does any member of council have any questions to the delegate? Councillor Henry.
Thank you. Currently, what is our status? Are we at a silver status, a gold status with regards to the cycling community and certificates?
Currently at a silver status.
And is this bike lane part of this status?
I believe so, yes.
It's a requirement? Is that why it was that part of how we got this certification?
In conjunction with all the other projects over the years.
And who determines this certificate? What organizations?
The Share the Road Coalition, which is a provincial cycle advocacy group. It's
Are you part of that group?
no.
Did your group write, the group that you're part of, did you write any letters in support for the town to receive that status?
I did, yes.
Will this affect that in any way?
I would think so, because in my opinion, this is a step backwards, not a step forward.
Councillor Henry, perhaps those questions might be better asked to Army or the staff who actually wrote the application and were involved in the application than to, I mean no disrespect, but they're the ones with the degrees and the qualifications to put this together.
So I'll ask the same questions, understood, Mayor Collier, I'll ask the same questions to staff on that side.
After the delegation, we'll have some questions to staff.
Not during the
No,
delegation?
this is questions to the delegate now.
Okay. So I did want to get the delegate's perspective on that, Mayor Collier, because
that's fine.
if they are in any way in the process of helping determine what our status is with regards to that, I did want to get their feeling on that, if letters in the future are required, because I believe the goal is always to get to gold, or at least maintain silver. So I wanted to find that out. With regards to the difference from 2018 to now, and what is going to be happening and past staff recommendations. And Mayor Collier, if you'd prefer, I can wait this question for staff, because I do have possession an email that was sent to me by a South Ajax resident that was to a former member of this council, Colleen Jordan, on October 18th, 2018. And it kind of contradicts what we're doing here with regards to saying that staff would not support going to 4 lanes. So who would you prefer? Would you prefer I wait and address that with staff?
This is questions to the delegation.
Okay. So currently, I think right now that's all my questions to the delegation. I thank you for coming before us today and explaining your perspective on this. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next person on the speaking list is Councillor Dice.
Thank you. Thank you for your delegation for coming today. So I know that you're a cyclist, and I know that you're involved with some of the cycling clubs around. And one of the questions I get frequently asked is about the number of cyclists, or comments I get. And I wonder if you could kind of explain a little bit as to how the clubs use the cycling lanes in Ajax. I know sometimes they have particular trips for an evening out or whatever, and give us an idea of usage.
Yes, thank you. There is an application called Strava, and many cyclists who ride with bicycle computers download their ride information onto Strava. One of the features of Strava is a thing called a heat map. And this is actually a map of the world that shows all the roads, and by the intensity of the color, you can determine the volume of traffic on any particular road from cyclists or from walkers. And if you look at Harwood Avenue, it's quite brightly lit. There are 5 cycling clubs in the region of Durham. I don't know many cyclists who think that riding on an MUP is a good thing. They prefer bicycle lanes. And I'm speaking now as a road cyclist, not as, somebody else riding, an old person riding an e-bike. They might have different perspective. But cycling infrastructure is provided for the benefit of cyclists. And we don't see very much going on in Ajax at the moment. MUPs is the cheap solution, but it's not the best solution. And I think that we're avoiding the best solutions.
Thank you.
Sorry, and just to add on, as someone who's not in a cycling club, I still use the lanes as well. I use it for getting groceries. I'm sure other residents use it to get groceries, as there's the Sobeys grocery store. It's perfect. And I also use it recreationally. If I'm getting down to the lake, it's one of the routes that I choose. And I'm sure that if there are students that are coming from the south or from the north, students that go to St. James Catholic School, a Catholic school that has also supported our motion, that they use it to get safely to school, although there are improvements that could be made to further increase ridership.
Thank you. I appreciate your answers. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay. Councillor Bauer, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor Collier. Thank you very much, Mr. Lee and Mr. Osborne, for coming today and for your passion regarding this topic, and for bringing it forth at ward meetings in our ward and other wards as well. So you did mention a petition. So if you could just maybe speak to that, because I noticed the correspondence. I hope it's okay to bring it up right now, Mayor Collier, but they did talk about a petition that there were 3 pages that were actually signed in 2021. So I just wanted to get comment from that. I don't know if signatures expire or petitions expire, and or if you contacted those signers to confirm that they are still in support of the petition they signed in 2021.
Okay, Councillor Bauer, after the council meeting on the 12th of October 2021, I wrote a letter to council, And before writing that letter to council, I went around the streets in South Ajax talking at random to people who happened to be in their front garden. And I asked them about signing a petition. At that time, which was in 2021, I obtained 50 signatures and I submitted that information to the town. Of those 50, there was 2, other than the 50, making 52, there were 2 residents who said they didn't want to sign. One of the gentlemen lived on McRae, and his reason was that in the morning, people are in a hurry to get to work, and 4 lanes is obviously going to be better than 2. I figured then 2 out of 50, that's 96% of the people I spoke to were in favour of keeping the bike lanes. That's a high percentage. If you take any poll for federal elections, provincial elections and so on, a random poll does not show those kind of numbers. So when this came to a head, which I didn't realise was happening until I read the budget, then I started to think, well, maybe there's other people who would like to sign a petition. So again, I went and spoke to people. I went to the Ward 3 councillors meeting. I went to the Ward 1 councillors meeting. In Ward 3, everybody signed a petition. In Ward 1, I would say the majority of the people signed a petition. So it's not just the South Ajax situation, it's for the benefit of all the taxpayers here in Ajax. It is a cost of $1 million, it's taxpayers' money, and it has no merit. And I would welcome somebody to tell me what the advantages are, because as far as I can see, there are none. And nobody's told me different. Thank you. And just one thing, I'm standing here today not as a cyclist, I'm standing here today as a taxpayer in Ajax. And that's who I feel that I'm representing. Thank you.
Further? Oh, there you go.
Thank you very much for that response. So maybe this will be a question I'll ask clerk at the time. Just concerned about the validity of signatures that were obtained 3 years ago as part of a petition that's being presented today. That's it.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the question. I beg your pardon.
It's not really, just a follow-up comment to your response that, Mike, I am curious about signatures that are being presented today that were signed 3 years ago. And just do those people, would they still have signed that petition today? So just a validity question for timelines.
Okay, my personal opinion, they would assume, I would assume that they would sign again, because when I went round to that petition, I was telling people that based on knowledge of what it costs to build an MUP, I was putting out the cost of $400,000 approximately, but the budget now is up, it's going to be up over $1 million, right? So if they were at that time against spending $400 and something thousand, I'm sure they're going to be very much in favour of not spending $1 million.
Thank you. Thank you. That's my question for now.
Folks, we're not doing that. Please refrain from clapping. This is not a performance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Yes, thank you. That was my question.
Thank you. Councillor Crawford, you were next.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Lee, I believe a birthday just happened for you, 84 years old, is that correct?
That is correct, and thank you very much.
And you cycled 84 kilometres to celebrate it?
I did.
Good for you. Congratulations.
At an average speed of 23.5.
What was that, sorry?
Right?
Well, I thought you were saying something.
Oh, I just added a little note there, a little tidbit. The average speed was 23.5
I know,
kilometers
your
an
average
hour.
speed is my average speed, which I'm 20 years younger than you, so that's kind of, yeah. We could ride together. So you had mentioned that the bike lanes back in 2013 were well received. I was on council then, and I don't recall that as being the case when the bike lanes went in. In fact, I recalled it being a tremendous amount of pushback from residents about those bike lanes going in. Do you recall that at all?
I recall going to the public open houses, and my impression is that there was like 70% of people who were signing yes against 30% signing no. But that's just a memory quote.
Yeah, I probably would have reversed those numbers, but that was just my recollection too. Yes? Did you want to say something?
Oh, sorry, I also want to acknowledge that, sure, it may have been divisive at the time, but that's how every project is in municipal politics. People
Yeah,
will
it
still
is.
hate transit projects that will allow them to have rapid transit to their neighborhood because of, crazy ideas like sound and noise pollution. Yet, in the time that since these bike lanes have been put in, we've actually seen, according to town data, the traffic counts have remained stagnant, have not increased. Pedestrian numbers have increased as people have realized since the pandemic that this area is actually really nice to walk through and to cycle through. And so, yeah, they may have been divisive at the time, but everything's always divisive. So, divisive? Yeah. But we've actually seen overwhelming support since.
So I live in the north. I cycle. I really enjoyed cycling through the pandemic because there were no cars on the road. I would not be cycling on Harwood today. It is not safe to come from where I live in the north to the lakefront on Harwood. Not a chance. So you had mentioned being supportive of having bike lanes from, I think it was was it McRae to Bailey? Is that correct? You were saying, Mr. Lee?
Well, the bike lanes already exist from McRae to Dryer.
Right, so from
Okay.
Dryer then to...
Yeah, now what happens north of Dryer is another issue. No, there's been no public consultation about what's best.
That's
The
not accurate, Mr. Lee.
transportation plan of 2019 said 2 lanes of traffic plus like 2 lanes each side plus a bike lane. That's what was said in the transportation plan, right?
Okay.
Now you want to change that, but there's no public consultation about it. It's just that this is what we're going to do.
Okay,
And also, what's going to happen south of McRae? At the present time, there is a one-way cycle track and a pedestrian walkway each side of McRae. So you're coming down now on a multi-use path and it's a dead end at McRae. So if you're travelling southbound, you've got to cross over to 4 lanes of traffic so you can continue the next 200 or 300 metres on a cycle track. What's going to happen, I would think, is that someone's going to say we should remove those as well. So there's your additional cost that's going to take you over the $1 million anyway.
so you're also aware, I think you did allude to the fact that you knew that this was in the budget 3 years ago, correct?
I knew what was in the budget.
That this project has been in the budget now for 3 years?
The price was in the
No,
budget.
this whole project.
This project, I didn't know it was in the budget until this year's budget.
It's been in the budget for 3 years now.
Okay.
Yeah, so just so you know, it's not a new thing that we just sprung on everyone this year. This actually went in the budget in 2021.
Fine.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, we're not saying it's new. And plus the budget's like, what, 500 pages? I mean, yeah, it's an 8-hour meeting to display the budget. Of course, no one's going to be able to recognize that. It's only until you control F and search for specific things that you actually do find out what's in the budget. So perhaps that's the transparency problem.
I read it 4 times, page to page, front to back. There's nobody else on the speakers list, so I'm going to ask a few questions. Mr. Lee, I'm just going to start by correcting you on a couple of things. In 2013, the Lower Harwood Avenue study was approved. It went through significant public consultation by myself and Councillor Dyes on this council, as well as the past mayor, who's a member of your club. And that highlighted all of the changes that were going to happen from Bailey all the way down as far as on-road bike infrastructure. So This has been in the budget for quite some time. I'm also going to correct the $1 million price tag you keep using, and I've seen on social media, completely inaccurate. Absolutely inaccurate.
No, no.
I'm sorry,
the
we got
project-
that from the,
The project that we're doing is instead of the on-road cycle infrastructure that was highlighted in the 2013 Lower Harwood Avenue study. The dollar value is the same. The only addition we have here is the 400,000 odd to shave and pave that section of road. And I have some questions I'm going to ask our staff about our pavement management study, because my understanding is this section of road is not too far away from being redone anyway. So all we're really doing is accelerating a couple of years. I'll ask those questions there, but I just wanted to clarify those two things. I think I used about a minute of my time. I want to ask you about, because this went back to 2013, and I think Sir Mr. Osborne had mentioned that was then and this is now. Things have changed. Are you familiar with the 2009 EA environmental assessment that was done on Roslyn Road from Pickering, the Ajax boundary to Westney Road in 2009, and what came out of that with regards to cycling infrastructure?
Yes, yes,
You are familiar, okay.
I am familiar.
So you know that that EA called for a sidewalk on the west side, a multi-use path on the east side, and on-road cycle lanes, and a 5-lane cross-section. That was in 2009. Now, in 2022, when the same EA was done on the next section of Roslyn Road, are you familiar with the recommendations from that?
Yes, I am, because I took part in the EA studies.
Excellent,
Right.
and thank you for doing that. And you're aware that now, in 2022, on-road cycling infrastructure was not recommended on that because it was deemed, as you quoted in your presentation, that multi-use path was a safer alternative for cyclists off-road.
No, may I correct you there?
Sure.
I attended 2 environmental assessments on the widening of Roslyn Road. The recommendations that was made through the Durham Region Cycling Coalition, because it was recognised that the town had no appetite for bike lanes on the road. So our recommendation was to put in cycle track and a sidewalk. The cycle track separates the cyclists from the pedestrians, and the cycle track separates the cyclists from the traffic. 2 letters were written to council or to the consultants who were doing the EA study. None of those letters was acknowledged. Nobody said, well, thank you very much for your comments, but we're not going to do it. The next thing I find out is that the town is proceeding with multi-use path. The recommendations that we put forward are totally rejected without any comment. So when it was raised, and I did meet with councillors at Ward 1 and Ward 2, when it was raised and pointed out this difference, then excuses started to come that, well, we build a cycle track, we've got to clear the snow. Oh, there's a narrowing where the existing bridge is over Carruthers Creek. Because the road narrows there, we can't do it. And then the last one I heard was, oh, there's no justification, there's not enough cyclists. Oh.
Okay, so back to my question though. It was not recommended, and you were aware that it was not recommended. I can't speak to your comments.
I found out the hard way.
Okay. Where I'm going with this is the new way of looking things based on our experience and what we've learned. And I'm just sort of putting it back to what Mr. Osborne said about moving forward. We have had to morph, and this is the new way that we do roads in Ajax. And I'll ask these questions to staff when we get to there. Anyway, I want to talk about trails for a minute, because I, as Councillor Crawford, I would agree, I wouldn't ride on the roads if I can help it. Not a chance. Totally unsafe, in my opinion. And you're entitled to your opinion. But I don't have a planning degree, and I don't have a traffic engineering degree, so I have to listen to those that do. We have about 140 kilometers of multi-use paths in Ajax. So I'm asking you, if you feel this, like, do you not ride on any of that other infrastructure?
I occasionally ride on the waterfront trail, and I did yesterday, and I rode it with my wife. My wife cycles at 12 kilometers per hour, and that's quite adequate on a multi-use path. And on our trip from Rotary Park to Carruthers Creek, we passed pedestrians dog walkers, children, a lady in a mobility vehicle, and something I'd never seen before was a motorized skateboard, and the gentleman was towing a trailer with his child in the back. I also saw e-bikes, e-scooters, road cyclists tearing along more than 20 kilometers an hour.
Mr. Lee,
Right?
Mr. Lee, my question was, do you use the multi-use paths? I believe the
I
answer is
think I
yes.
answered the question I answered
Thank you.
occasionally.
Okay. I appreciate your answers. I'm going to have most of my questions to staff at the appropriate time. I don't see anybody else in the speaker's box, so thank you for your delegation.
Thank you.
Moving on to the next item, 5.3, National Accessibility Week 2024. Sarah Moore, Legislative Specialist, and Roseanne Pernswazi, Accessibility Advisory Committee Co-Chair. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sarah, and I'm joined here with Roseanne, who is the current co-chair of the town's Accessibility Advisory Committee. We're very pleased to be here to seek your support in the recognition of National Accessibility Week, May 26th to June 1st, 2024. As accessibility ambassadors for the Ajax community, our Accessibility Advisory Committee continues to provide advice and feedback to the town to prevent and remove barriers, as well as to seek opportunities for accessibility awareness and community engagement initiatives. One of the initiatives supporting such efforts continues to be the town's annual participation in recognizing National Accessibility Week. National Accessibility Week celebrates people with disabilities, removing barriers, and cultivating inclusion within our community. The town of Ajax joins municipalities across Canada to recognize and celebrate National Accessibility Week within their communities in efforts to engage public accessibility awareness, education, and appreciation. In celebration of the National Accessibility Week 2024 program, the Accessibility Advisory Committee is excited to share several ways for you and the community to join in our celebration. I'll now turn it over to Roseanne to share all of the details.
Thank you, Sarah. At 11 a.m. on Monday, May 27th, we will kick off the week, and we hope you will join us for a flag raising at Ajax Town Hall, Heritage Square. On Wednesday, May 29th, we encourage everyone to wear red in support of Easter Seal's Red Shirt Day in support of accessibility and inclusion. Everyone can post their photo on social media using hashtags AccessibleAjax and Red Shirt Day. In partnership with the St. Francis Center Film Circuit, we are pleased to offer a free community film screening of the Dogumentary, that's a documentary about dogs, featuring a feature called Pick of the Litter on Friday, May 31st. Pick of the Litter follows a litter of puppies from the moment they're born and begin their quest to become guide dogs for the blind. Along the way, these remarkable animals rely on a community of dedicated individuals who train them to do amazing, life-changing things in the service of their human. The event will include a question and answer with local guide dog handler, Twane Lahner. And from now until June 7th, you can take part in our art contest we are running in partnership with Ajax Public Library. Everyone can express what inclusion of people with disability means to you using your choice of artistic medium. Anyone can visit Ajax Public Library branch to pick up and drop off their completed entry form for a chance to win one of 3 $50 gift cards to Michael's. All of these events and activities are free for anyone to participate in, and complete details are available online at ajax.ca/access. Today, your support and recognition of National Accessibility Week will assist with promoting the importance of accessibility awareness and an inclusive, barrier-free community for all. On behalf of the Town of Ajax Accessibility Advisory Committee, we encourage Council to proclaim May 26th through June 1st, 2024 as National Accessibility Week in the Town of Ajax. We thank you for your consideration, and we look forward to you joining us at our celebration events this year.
Thank you very much. Does any member of council have any questions on the delegation or on the presentation? Councillor Henry.
Thank you. I actually don't have a question, but I'm just going to say thank you for coming before us today. These are friends from the Accessibility Committee, and I wanted to thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. Councillor Bauer.
Thank you, Mayor Collier. Nice to see you again, Rosanna and Sarah. Thank you for the presentation. Congratulations, and thank you for the hard work that your committee does. I have a question and a comment. My comment is, that movie, Pick of the Litter, sounds like the cutest movie ever, and I really wish that I could attend, but I will be away that day. Can you just speak about the Red Shirt Day? And I believe we have been involved in that in multiple years, and how well has that been received, and how well have you been able to spread that word to our residents?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Bauer. Through the chair, it is an initiative that is recognized all across Canada at various Easter Seals branches. So we do encourage with our municipal counterparts across the region, some of which will also be participating this year. It is something that people can do individuals, through their schools, through their community organizations, or as a municipal organization such as ourselves. I don't have any specific data in terms of participation, but it is something that we see increased awareness about every year, and we continue to support locally.
That's great. Thank you very much. That's my question. Thank you, Mayor Collier.
Thank you, and that exhausts our speakers list. So thank you very much for your presentation today. Moving on to our next.
Mr. Mayor, just before we move on, we do have a proclamation.
I don't have it, I looked. Do you have it there?
Yep, I can pull it up.
Oh, you're gonna put it up? Okay, never mind. I was looking for it, my apologies. I have one here, but I didn't know that this one would be on the screen. So it's on the screen, and it's in our correspondence proclaiming May 26th to June 1st, 2024 as National Accessibility Week, presented on behalf of myself and Ajax Council. Thank you. For that, you can clap. Moving on to our next item, 5.4, Proclamation Aging Well Month. Maninder Nahar, Community Recreation Coordinator. Elaine Liavart, Community Engagement Associate, Ajax Public Library. Nadia Singh, Older Adult Task Force Member. And Terry Stewart, Older Adult Advisory Committee Member. Please sign in and go ahead with your proclamation presentation.
Good afternoon, Mayor Collier, members of council, town staff, and Ajax residents. Thank you for welcoming us here today. My name is Maninder Nahar, and I am one of the Community Recreation Coordinators with the Recreation and Culture Department, overseeing the Older Adults and Seniors portfolio. June 2024 marks the 40th anniversary of Seniors Month in Ontario, which we have coined as Aging Well Month. During the month of June, we recognize the role that older adults and seniors play in our community, the contributions of their time and talents that add to the vibrancy of our community, and the importance of being leaders and mentors to younger generations. I would now like to introduce to you Terry and Nadia. They are members of the Ajax Library Older Adults Advisory Committee and the Recreation and Culture Older Adult Task Force. Also, we have Elaine Liavart, Community Engagement Associate with the Ajax Public Library.
Thank you, Maninder. Hello, everyone. My name is Nadia. And to celebrate Aging Well Month, the Recreation and Culture Older Adult Task Force and the Ajax Public Library's Older Adult Advisory Committee have put together a number of free activities taking place throughout June, including the popular free seniors barbecue on June the 13th. And historically, every year it has been a hit and totally enjoyable by the seniors. So we'd like to mention our appreciation to the Ministry of Seniors and Accessibility for their ongoing support through the Seniors Active Living Center funding. They have allowed us to offer many programs, events, and services, including those during Aging Well Month. These programs are all free to participate, and I'll now pass the mic over to Terry.
Hello, everybody. I'm Terry Stewart. I'm happy to be here today and share the great things we have planned for June. It is important to continue to connect with our senior and older adult population. Activities planned during Aging Well Month will be a mix of virtual activities and, as well as in person, and also workshops. This will allow residents the opportunity to participate online, or they can visit in person at one of our facilities. Elaine will fill you in on what activities we have.
Thank you, Terry. I'm also happy to be here today to proclaim June as Aging Well Month in Ajax. We have a full month of activities planned, and we're excited to bring back some popular events, such as a Friday afternoon of piano with Ajax's own Paul Butler, the screening of the film The Duke, virtual armchair travel to Singapore, Let's Do Lunch, Survive and Thrive with Humor, and our cooking demonstration, Salads and Sides with Lisa Ireland. Registration for some of these activities is required. For more details about the information shared today, you may visit ajax.ca/agingwellmonth2024 or ajaxlibrary.ca. You may also contact any of our community centers or library branches if you need assistance with registering.
Thank you, Elaine. Thank you, everyone, for your time today. We respectfully request that June 2024 be proclaimed Aging Well Month.
Thank you very much. Questions? Councillor Crawford, you're first.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you very much for your presentation. Looks like you're going to have a busy month in June. I don't really have a question. I just want to say that I went to the Spring Fling just this month, I think it was. And you are definitely aging well, because I could not keep up with your dance moves. So thank you very much. I look forward to attending some of your events, as I'm now in that category.
Councillor Bauer.
Thank you, Mayor Collier. Good afternoon. Thank you for being here, and thank you for the presentation. So I love it. I love the activities that are being offered, and thank you for that. And I think it will be very successful. My question was concerning some of the scheduling, because I noticed that only 2 of the 21 events are planned for a weekend, and the rest of them are planned for the day or early evening during the week. So seniors, I think our age starts at 55, and which I am now a member of for a year. So, and many of, I guess, the younger seniors still work full-time. So we would be unable to attend many of these events. So I was just wondering if there has been discussion, maybe for future years, of adding some either nighttime events or more weekend events.
Thank you, Councillor Bauer. So we did also receive some of that feedback. Based on previous years, we do have a lot of daytime activities. So this year we are trying out a few of the weekends, and we do have a couple of evenings as well that are on weeknights. So based on this year, we will take that into consideration for next year.
Awesome, excellent. Thank you very much. That was my question.
Thank you. I also fall in that category. And although there's no one else in the speakers list, so thank you so much for all the work that you do and for your presentation. And I do have a proclamation here, which I'll have you come forward and I'll present. The Corporation of the Town of Ajax hereby proclaims June 2024 as June is Aging Well Month, presented on behalf of myself and Ajax Council. You guys want to talk for a minute? we've already done presentation 5.5. 5.6, 2023 Grants and Partnership Update, Liam Nichols, Grant and Strategic Initiatives Coordinator.
Great. Good afternoon, members of council. Thank you. There's a lot of good news in this report, but probably the best news is that it should be pretty brief, and I will explain why on the next slide. So every year, the Grants and Partnerships team within the Department of Public and Strategic Affairs has committed to providing council with an updated summary of grant and partnership activities from our preceding year. Each grant partnership and application that we do in this application wouldn't be possible without the support of all members of town staff. I'd particularly like to thank Director Vita, Director Romanowski, all the directors. Really, we bother them constantly trying to fill out grant applications and borrow their expertise, so it really is a team effort. We made some changes to the way that we're reporting this year. We're moving to a calendar year. So last year when we did this report, it was right up until the moment that it was delivered, you were getting the latest information, which is great because you're getting the latest information. It's not so great because it means that we're trying to cram everything that we can into the report, and we're not able to report on it year over year, because if we're just doing it right up until that moment, it might be a different moment next year. By ending it at the end of 2023, each year we'll be able to show you our progress, and you'll be able to see it measured against itself. So it'll be apples to apples, and we can let you know how much better we're doing, because we're always going to do better. It may mean that some of the information in this report is duplicated from last year, but this will be the only year that that occurs, and next year it will be all brand new information for you. So I'm going to start with our partnerships and our discounted facilities. This year, 46 permits were, or 2023, 46 permits were issued through the discounted facilities process. In total, it was valued at $27,237.48 of in-kind support. So this isn't a financial contribution, it's just dollars that we didn't collect to allow people to use our facilities. And that money contributed to community groups and other organizations who were doing things that we determined benefit the community or met our criteria. This also included partnerships with the region of Durham so that they were able to host events in Ajax, which included community consultations and cultural events. Our partnerships for 2023, we continue to improve our way of tracking these. They're a little bit hard to track. What is a partnership? You really start to go down a rabbit hole. I've been living in it for about a year. But we think we're getting our hands around it. Partnerships to us are joint projects or initiatives between ourselves and external groups doing things of strategic importance to both. So examples included the Terry Fox Run. We've worked with the Cadets and Junior Rangers, Community Care Durham, and the Afghan Canadian Council, just to name a few. And the next slide is about a working group that we've established. So this is a partnership with each municipality across Durham region to talk about our grants, grant applications, and grant funding. We've all kind of noticed that it's a little difficult to apply for all these grants, keep track of them, manage them, stay on top of new applications that are coming out, and work with staff to get those high-quality applications in. So we began conversations to talk about what are some things that we can share, common areas of discussion. And it's been very helpful, I think, certainly for us, but for all municipalities. And I can say that while each municipality had a lot to offer and there's a lot to be learned, Ajax is a leader across Durham in our ability to have that cross-department connection to build these applications and be successful when we're applying for grants. So this is the part that we all care about, which is the grant funding, how much we're getting in. The method as well has changed, not just the calendar year reporting, but how we're reporting the amount that we're bringing in. In the past, if we signed 2 agreements worth $100,000, we would have just reported $200,000 to you. Even if one of those agreements stretched many years into the future, you'd see it in that first year that it was signed. This year, we've prorated it so that you're seeing the value that we'll be realizing this year, or should be realizing this year, based on the agreement that we're signing. So it gives you a more realistic, a more accurate picture of where we kind of stand and how much we're bringing in each year. And there's a very good reason for it, which I'm going to get to in a moment. Just as a side note, nothing in this report is financial information. It's meant to update you on the progress of public and strategic affairs and our grants. But if you have questions about financial stuff, where our money's going, where it's coming, that would be best directed to finance, as always. So in 2023, we managed 16 grants. They were valued at $5.31 million for that period, which is approximately $14,560 per day. And here we have a listing of which grants we were successful for in 2023. You're seeing the total award amount here. And I mentioned that I'll speak to why we're changing, why we're recognizing grant value. It's that item in the middle there, the Housing Accelerator Fund. Had we not changed how we were recognizing value, 2023 would be a phenomenal year for the town of Ajax on grants. Next year would look a little leaner. But it's important to know that the Housing Accelerator Fund is a 4-year fund, so that $21 million is coming in over a number of years, not all in one go. We were successful for a number of active transportation grants. You can see at the start there for the Annandale Trail Design, Forest Ridge, Canada Summer Jobs, Next Generation 911. A lot of these were covered in the previous report. As mentioned, we were halfway through the year when that one came forward. Trail Builders of Tomorrow, Trans-Canada Trails. So, you know, kind of a lot of different grants coming in. And those of you that are very keen-eyed will notice that there's only 13 on this list. There were 16 mentioned that we managed. Those are from the previous year. So these are just the ones that we were successful for last year. Another area that we're trying to tighten up a little bit more, and I think we've made a lot of progress on, is that identification process. So when we become aware of an opportunity to apply for funding, we're really trying to get better at managing that process of seeing what the grant is, deciding whether or not we can apply for it, and ultimately submitting an application. The town has made a lot of investments into our information technology. That has certainly helped a lot. We're able to communicate opportunities quicker, track them better, and share them with our colleagues much faster. And our grants are now tracked from the time that we identify them right up until the moment we realize we either can move forward with it or we can't, and beyond. So it's been good. The last piece that I'd like to mention is the Building Faster Fund. This has been one that we've been keeping our eyes on. It represents a significant grant opportunity for the town. And I believe there's a motion that speaks to this on the agenda as well, but it is the position of the town that based on the data, we have achieved 90% of our target for 2023 housing starts. The town has calculated that under the program established by the province, the town should be receiving approximately $4 million in funding. We currently are not. The funding through the Building Faster Fund is designed to pay for that essential housing-enabled infrastructure and other related costs that support the community growth, which, if we're meeting 90%, we do have community growth that we need to be paying for. So that's one that we're certainly keen to continue advocating on. Oh, and now my button stopped working. Okay, there we go. I guess that's the end of the presentation. Are there any questions from members of council? Sorry, I don't know why there's no end slide there.
Councillor Tyler Moore, you're first.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Excuse my voice. When I was a kid, my dad always said, it's all in the paperwork, those who do the paperwork and those who don't. I know there's a lot of that for your department. Would you say, I've got a few questions, would you say that grants come to you, what's the balance, or ones that you solicit, like where you say, I think we can get a grant for that? Are there some that fall in our lap?
Yeah, I think it's a pretty even balance.
Okay.
A lot of our funding comes from the province and the federal government, and they're often looking to fund municipalities to do things. So they'll usually come to us and say, hey, we got this opportunity. We'd like you to look into it. Please, like, put a grant application forward for us, and we'll take a look at it. The other half of it, you'll find there's these odd programs, a lot of the trails things, a lot of the things to do with sustainability or the environment. Those are very specific. Not all communities can make use of them. We have a very diverse ecosystem here in Ajax that enables us to take on a lot of these wetland conservation projects. Those ones we tend to have to find more on our own or through the TRCA.
Yep.
But it is a pretty even split.
Okay. And then the other scenario that is sometimes we'll work backwards, right? If we have a set capital and operating budget and we're all working, and then all of a sudden in the coming days and months, something will come up that we want to do. So at that time, you'll say, maybe there's a grant, or somebody will come to you and say, can we get grant funding for this? So I'm just trying to just walk it through in layman's terms for anybody who's listening. So on the other side of that, if there's a new project, if there's a new item, like the bridge, beautiful bridge at Rotary Park in Ward 3, a lot of times when we're speaking to residents, we'll say, oh yeah, that was partly covered by a grant. And they will immediately say, well, it's still taxpayers' money. But Is it true that it doesn't affect us at the municipal level in regards to our taxes? Again, maybe this is finance, because all of a sudden we got $1 and it costs $1.50, so it was just a break. Can you speak to that a little bit? How that?
I think I might want to direct that to Director Valentin.
Okay.
Director Valentin?
Through the chair to Councillor Tyler Moran. In most instances, I would think that the town would have identified capital improvements in a specific area. So if it was out in a specific year for a specific dollar amount, if we're going to be able to take advantage of grant, it would allow us to have some savings where we might not have had we not applied for that grant. So it's typically works that have been already identified that then we're able to take advantage of grant funding.
Perfect. Okay. And then my last question is, these grants, these funds come exclusively in silos, correct? So if you're going to get the $1 for the bridge, you've given the $1, it's not like you can spend it on something else once you receive the $1. Is that true?
Yeah. Typically the...
I know I'm oversimplifying this unbelievably, but...
No, well, in the vast majority of cases, yes, your grant agreement will define what eligible and ineligible expenses are and what project will be moved forward.
Eligible expenses. Okay, thank you. That hopefully helps some of our friends. Thank you.
Councillor Henry.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Much appreciated. My question is with regards to how your department works differently with regards to not-for-profits versus that of businesses that come forward and are asking for partnership grants. Is there a division there in how you work with the two?
There isn't typically a division in how we work with the two, but there are limitations on what we're able to do. A lot of the partnerships that we see come from businesses or businesses looking for support, financing, that type of thing. We're unable to support in those ways. If they're looking for a discounted facility, it will be depending on what type of event or thing that they're trying to host. You know, we don't differentiate necessarily on the basis of what type of organization they are. We really are looking at what it is that they're hoping to do with the town.
How the partnership will benefit the town in the long run. Would that
Correct,
be fair to say? Okay, thank you. I asked that because, as you know, there's been some inquiries, certain businesses through myself and asking about this, and I didn't have the answer for it. I would just assume that not-for-profits, that we would put a priority on that. Would that be fair to say, or they'd qualify for more? Would that be fair to say?
We run our partnerships through the policies that we're provided with. I don't think that we make that determination.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bauer?
Thank you, Mayor Collier. Good afternoon. Thank you for the presentation and all the information. So I just would like to confirm the reporting on, I'm not sure what page this is, 44 of our presentation package, but where you do 2 contracts, 1 and 2 of $100,000 each. That's referencing the partnership fund that people will apply to and that you administer?
That's referencing grant applications that we receive. So this presentation is regarding money that the town's receiving.
Yes.
Through the grants that we're doing. So that slide is speaking to that. In previous years, we would have recognized the full amount that we'd agreed to at that moment. We're now breaking it out over the length of the contract or the grant application that we're signing, the grant agreement rather, to give a more accurate picture of the value each year.
Okay, so those are funds that we've received.
That's
Okay,
correct.
all right. And then the new successful grants in 2023, the list, that is additional monies over and above the 100,000 contracts?
The 100,000 is just for
Just for an example.
just for illustration.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Thank you.
No problem. I could have made
Now-
that clear.
Yeah, and my question about the in-kind discount for facilities, is that captured, like, is there a cap or somehow in your calculations where you say, okay, we're going to cap our in-kind contribution or approvals at X amount, or it's just whoever comes forward with that?
Yeah, we don't have a cap on it per se. We do work with facility booking to ensure that we're not creating operational issues. So if it's a busy time of year and we know that they're going to get a lot of bookings, we may try to help a group get discounted space, but we also recognize that there are competing interests. There's no hard cap on the amount that we're giving out. I would say more often than not, it's just the availability of our spaces is kind of the limiting factor. And I don't suspect that number would go much higher than it is.
Okay, thank you. And do you get a lot of requests for facility booking discounts?
It's definitely seasonal. I think when you get closer to the holidays and things like that, there's more people wanting to do events, parties, food drives, that kind of thing. Right now, it's a little bit quieter. But as it said in the report, last year we received about 43.
Right. Okay. Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Appreciate that.
Okay, that exhausts our speakers list. I have a few questions regarding the BFF, the Best Friend Forever funding. We had a presentation earlier. Chair Henry from the region talked about Bill 23, and that affected municipalities across the province with regards to potentially lost development charges, which is what we need for development. And I'm very happy to see the success of the grant application process. However, I want to make very clear that $4 million really would have helped offset some of the changes. Can you speak to that, please, that we are losing through that other form of funding?
I don't think that I could, and I'm not sure which director could.
Well, probably Mr. Romanowski from planning.
Cassandra says that she could.
No, through the chair, I think it's more appropriate for Cassandra to speak to that.
Ms. Cruciano?
Clarify what you're asking is that the BFF funds, while we receive grant funding for specific projects, the BFF funds can be applied broadly to help offset the impacts of the changes through provincial legislation that have impacted the town financially. And I would say that that is the case. So where grant funding is specifically for a bridge, for a trail design, something like that, the BFF could be applied broadly. And if there's specific examples of where that could be applied, perhaps Director Valentin can provide those examples.
That wasn't my question.
No, okay.
No, what I want to pinpoint is we completed 90% of our housing starts. We signed a housing pledge for 17,000 units 2 years ago, whenever it was. We completed 90% based on our counts. Based on the province's counts, we only completed 64%. And I got a not very nice letter from the province advising me that we didn't meet our targets and we weren't getting our $4 million BFF funding. However, we did reach 90%. It was because CMHC can't count that they listed as a 64%. Is that fair?
That is the town's position, yes.
Okay. And the cost of that miscount by the federal government cost us $4 million, cost taxpayers of Ajax $4 million.
Through the mayor, yeah, that's correct.
I just want any public that are watching to be very clear. And maybe Ms. McClarty can help on this. A letter was sent from me to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing pointing out this error in counting. And could they please go back and fix their number so we get our $4 million? And the answer we got was?
Through the chair, I believe it was no, they would not be recounting.
Correct. So they know the other level of government miscounted. However, there's no mechanism for them to go back and correct that other level of government error. So the taxpayers of the town of Ajax are going to suffer from a $4 million loss.
Through the chair, that's accurate. However, on today, one of the motions you have coming forward today speaks to that as well.
Getting there.
Okay.
Getting to that. And again, it's not really a question, I know the answers, but I just need to make this very public because it is a huge disservice to this municipality and any other municipality. There's many of the big city mayors, municipalities that didn't get the BFF funding, even though we've completed the tasks that we signed up for. Have you seen the motion that's on later on brought by myself and Councillor Crawford requesting the minister to go back and re-examine to make sure that this error doesn't happen again?
Through the mayor, yes, we're aware of the motion.
You might have written it.
not me, but yeah.
But okay, again, we are doing everything we can to try and make this up because $4 million is a significant loss and we can do a lot of work with that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I won't try and make my point by asking any more made-up questions. Thank you very much for your delegation. There's nobody else in the speaker list, so appreciate it.
Thank you.
Moving on to our next, I believe we are now in public meetings, yes. Item 5.7, public meeting, PDS 2024-12, zoning bylaw amendment Z2/24, Simone Sewell, 456 Kingston Road West. Mr. Romanowski, are you doing this, or is Mr. Jeffrey?
Mr. Jeffrey is going to be making a presentation through to council this afternoon.
Okay, Mr. Jeffrey, please go ahead when you're ready. No, there you go.
Thank you, Mayor Collier, members of council, residents that are attending today. My name is Sean Jeffrey, planner for the town of Ajax, and I've been responsible for processing the development application submitted by land and building experts on behalf of Simone Sewell. So my presentation today will provide an overview of the development proposal, the land use planning policy context, as well as provide a staff recommendation. This meeting serves as a statutory public meeting where residents will be able to ask questions of staff and council. As well, council is being asked to make a decision today. The subject lands for this development proposal are located on the north side of Kingston Road West, directly north of the town-owned Quaker Meeting House, just north of Rotherglen Road North, within the Pickering Village area. The lands are approximately 0.33 hectares in area with 42 meters of frontage along Kingston Road West, which is a Type B arterial road and a regional corridor with a future dedicated rapid bus transit line planned by the region of Durham. Directly to the north of the subject lands are single detached dwellings fronting onto Sherwood Road. Directly to the east and the west are mixed-use buildings with professional offices located on the main floor. As a bit of a history to these lands, these are designated as, or these are identified as a non-designated heritage property within the town of Ajax. The earliest evidence of this dwelling appears on an 1860 map of the County of Ontario. It's believed to be constructed sometime between 1828 and 1860. So the original portion of the structure was constructed of fieldstone with significant additions added after 1919. You'll kind of see on that slide there, there's a few elements highlighted in purple. Those are the original portions of the structure, and then the elements in blue are additions added after 1919. The interior has been completely renovated by previous owners, so there's no heritage elements remaining in the interior. On February 2024, a zoning bylaw amendment application was submitted to permit a licensed retirement home within the existing buildings on the subject lands and to establish various site-specific development standards pertaining to setback, parking, and building height to facilitate the proposal. A site plan application will be required at a later date to finalize the detailed design. The subject lands are designated Village Center within the Town of Ajax official plan and identified as an intensification area along a regional corridor being Kingston Road. As per section 3.1.6 of the OP, special needs housing, including retirement homes, may be permitted within all designations where residential uses are permitted. The subject lands are zoned Village Core Mixed Use 3 within the zoning bylaw 95-2003 as amended. To facilitate the proposal, the applicant is requesting that the town's zoning bylaw be amended by adding a licensed retirement home as a permitted use within the VC3 zone, establishing a site-specific parking rate of 1 parking space per 142 square meters of gross floor area. There are 2 provisions to address an existing accessory structure that is proposed to be connected to the primary structure. Because of this connection of the 2 structures, the accessory structure will be considered a part of the primary and then held to the zoning standards for such. So those standards to address this are a minimum setback from the rear lot line of 1.2 meters and a maximum building height of 5 meters for a building or structure located within 7.5 meters of the rear lot line. And to protect kind of the heritage elements of this property, there's a zoning standard to limit the amount of parking that is permitted within the front yard. So a maximum of 4 parking spaces are permitted to be located in the front yard, all of which to the west of the primary structure. Bit about the development proposal here. So the proposed development involves both interior and exterior modifications to existing structures, as well as the creation of a parking area and landscaping to establish outdoor amenity spaces, all aimed at converting the site into a licensed retirement home. Like I said, the plan is to link the non-designated heritage building and an existing 215 square meter accessory building with a small addition on the east side. This addition constitutes the only exterior alterations proposed for the 2 buildings. At the time of the application, a total of 30 rooms were proposed within the 2 buildings to be joined together. Interior alterations will include shared washroom facilities, common areas, dining spaces, a centralized kitchen for resident meals, a hair salon, and offices. The final interior design will be required to comply with the Ontario Building Code and the Retirement Homes Regulatory Authority. Services provided at the retirement home include the provision of meals, assistance with bathing, administering medicine, making available the services of a doctor, and recreation and fitness programming. A total of 10 staff are expected to be employed at the facility. A minimum of two staff members will be on duty at all times, and it's expected that 4 staff will be present during the week. The following reports and studies were submitted with the development application, which have been reviewed by planning staff and other departments and have been deemed to be sufficient. All of these documents, as well as the technical drawings, were made available to the public on the town's IMO webpage. The development application has been reviewed against applicable provincial, municipal, regional policies. These policies are addressed in detail in the staff report, and as per the report, the development proposal is consistent with the listed policies. In January 2024, an information package was distributed to residents in the surrounding area by the property owner. The package received 20 signatures of support. On April 29th, 2024, the notice of statutory public meeting was distributed to all properties within 120 meters of the subject property. Staff did not receive any comments from the public regarding this proposal. So staff have carefully reviewed the development application and are of the opinion that the proposed development makes efficient use of underutilized land within the town, is transit supportive, and provides for housing intensification and diversification. The retirement home units will assist in providing housing opportunities for the aging population to assist in meeting the needs of current and future town residents. In addition, the proposed development represents a compatible alteration of an existing dwelling that is sensitive to the heritage character of the Pickering Village area. Therefore, staff recommend approval of the zoning bylaw amendment as outlined in the recommendations of the staff report. And thank you. I'll be happy to address any questions. I will mention that the applicant and their consultants are present to answer questions as well.
Thank you. Questions on the presentation? Councillor Tyler Moore, you're first.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Sean, for your presentation. Seems very thorough. So, firstly, can we speak to the height? I know it's in the report, but just want to reiterate the existing building. And if we were to snap our fingers and it's a year from now or 3 years from now, it's all done. So the height of the building, can you just speak to that? And the additional connection to the other building and all that, is any of that changing?
Right. Okay, through the chair to you, Councillor Tyler Moran. So there is the primary dwelling, and then there's the L-shaped accessory structure. Here, I'm going to switch over to the slides, maybe kind of illustrate what I'm discussing here. So there are no additions being proposed to either of these structures. Additionally, as an added layer of protection, we've added a zoning bylaw standard, which will restrict the height of the L-shaped accessory structure to the rear of the site to a maximum of 5 meters. So this is generally the maximum permitted height of a shed. Technically, it's 4.5 meters, but this is an existing structure that's measuring 5 meters, so we've established that height. So any structure within 7.5 meters of the rear property line can't be more than 5 meters tall. So this building won't be permitted to be expanded by its height.
Right. So the second floor, that is very minimal on the existing building. There'll be more second floor, but not any higher. Correct-ish?
Of the heritage, the non-designated heritage building? Is that what you're...
Overall, any part of the structure.
The scope of the development proposal, no, there's no expansions being proposed at this time to either structure. I mean, technically, yes, if the property owner wanted to, they could, expand the footprint of that, the primary building, as anybody could through a site plan application. But yes, they would have to come back through the town to get that permitted.
Okay. And will there be new fencing going up in the perimeter? I'm mostly concerned with the backyards that are on Sherwood and the properties that are, well, not on Pinoak, but just right there on the east side. Is there new fencing going up?
Through the chair to you. There is no new fencing proposed at this time, but that structure, has been in place since 1992, that structure to the rear there. And it will remain as such.
Now, the last part of my question is parking. Pretty concerned about the parking because I think there's a total of 12 parking units, correct, being proposed?
At the time of the application, there are 11 parking spaces being provided.
Okay.
We don't yet know the number of units, so a parking rate has been established based on the size of the structure, which based on 30 units, this would be 0.27 spaces per room. I will kind of bring your attention to, it would be Schlegel and the Lake Ridge Gardens, the two long-term care centers that have recently been constructed within the town of Ajax. These are the two most recent. So both of these facilities do have a parking rate. So the Schlegel is at 0.33 spaces per room, and the Lake Ridge Gardens is at 0.25 spaces per room. So these are relative rates. I do acknowledge.
And this one is at point?
This would be 0.27 with what is in the zoning bylaw, but that would be 8 spaces, so there's 3 additional spaces being provided on top of that.
Okay, it just seems remarkably light because you said in your report that there's 10 staff. At peak times, like Monday morning at 10 a.m., there'll probably be 10 staff in there. Now, is there additional staff parking?
So there are a total of 10 people employed it's expected that 4 will be present at any given time.
Okay.
So there would be space for staff and visitors, and that's generally how these.
So just so I'm clear, so you're saying there's 11 spots plus more for staff?
No, 11 spots total, and that would be split between staff and visitors.
Right. It just, okay, I am worried about it because there's, let's say 30 units. I know not everything's concluded in the site plan, but if there's 30 units, 10 of them will have cars. I know that you said in your report that the building manager, when they're renting units, they'll say, just so you know, there's very limited parking kind of thing. But I suspect, I don't know if it's possible to raise that parking space, because I know right now Heritage weighed in on it. I'm supposed to be asking questions, sorry. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I understand. Okay, I'll just leave it for now.
Great.
Thank you for your answers.
Thank you, Chair, Mayor Collier. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Jeffrey, very informative. So I have some questions that I'll wait and ask the proponent, but you mentioned in your report and during the presentation that at the time of application, 30 rooms are being planned for. Does that mean it could change and be more or less? Has that discussion happened?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Bauer, yes, absolutely. The number of rooms within the building is dependent on what the Ontario Building Code will permit, and also, based on feedback from the Retirement Homes Regulatory Authority. So right now we are looking to add a retirement home as a permitted use on the subject property, but no, we're not locking in the number of units that would be permitted on the site.
Okay.
So it is dependent on what is feasible through kind of the site plan process.
Okay, thank you. And the existing structures that are remaining, have they been or will they be inspected to make sure that they are up to code and safe and accessible, et cetera, all that's required?
Absolutely, yes. Building permits will be required, and all the same inspections will be required of these structures if alterations are being proposed, and alterations will be proposed within the larger accessory structure where the applicant does intend to establish rooms and shared spaces. So.
Okay. All right, thank you. Those are my questions for now. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Collier.
Just as, before I go to the next speaker, just as a reminder to any of the public and to council, this is zoning bylaws, so specifics to the building, specifics to parking, color, snow removal, garbage pickup, that type of thing doesn't fall as part of this meeting. So, Councillor Dies, you're next.
So I'm not sure then if you can answer this, maybe the proponent, and it's not about the building per se, as to the regulatory requirements and how that plays into the whole planning process. So does the proponent need to be licensed prior to going through this process with the town as a retirement home?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Dies, I will let the proponent speak to most of that. To my understanding, the land use permissions do need to be in place on the subject lands, and there's a lengthy administrative process where the proponent has to go through the applications and inspections, but I'll let them speak to that.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Henry?
Thank you, and I'm not sure if I should be asking this question now or later on, but I've had seniors contact me that live in Ajax with concerns relating to this application, and the concerns are stemming from running a licensed bordering house in Scarborough and not being able to afford the upgrades for the City of Toronto licensing. Further concerns have been based on the
Councillor
April...
Henry?
Yes.
Questions on this application, please. Not what the developer may have going on somewhere else or anything to that effect.
So, understanding what you're saying, but knowing that residents are concerned about this, is there an appropriate time I could ask that question later on, or no?
I would suggest you could ask that type of thing to the proponent offline, but here we're discussing application BDS 2024-12, which is the property at 456 Kingston Road. We've had developers come here many times before where things may have not gone that well in another municipality, but really that's not relevant to what's before us. So
Well,
we
thank
need
you.
to focus
Thank you
on
for
this.
that clarification. I'd like to know with regards to the parking that's available. You're mentioning 11 spots, correct? Of those 11 spots, how many of those will be accessible parking?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Henry. So based on the AODA requirements, right now, one accessible, I'm just looking at the drawing here, it's not up on your screen, but one accessible parking space is being proposed for the site. Yeah, there it is there. It's a bit small at the moment, but you'll kind of see it's the northernmost parking space there. And maybe to provide a bit of reassurances to your previous question, so this application is just permitting a licensed retirement home on the subject lands. A lodging house is not a permitted use within the VC3 zone, and any property owner is required to go through bylaw services and receive licensing if they want to establish a group home on the subject lands.
A group home, but this is not a group home.
No, this is the only permitted use that this is adding is a retirement home that has received its licenses from the RHRA.
Thank you.
And if I may, through the chair, address the parking, it's a zoning bylaw amendment. So there's a ratio. And as the planner mentioned, if there's an additions onto the building, the parking rate's going to change because the floor rate's going to change. So we're not able to really nail down exactly how many accessible spaces because we don't know how the building or the development's going to evolve. Right now, we're just establishing the permission of land use.
Which is up to council, correct? Like
100% up to council.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you,
Yeah.
I'm just trying to inform you through the chair
Yes.
that we don't have exact parking numbers for the site, although
Yes.
they're showing 11. If they decide that they want to add on to one of the buildings for administrative purposes, or they need another bathroom, or they need storage, then that's going to change the parking ratio. So a number, for us to quote a number now wouldn't be relevant until we go through the site plan approval process.
Thank you. That's a fair comment. I appreciate that. Thank you. With regards to the rooms, it was how many bedrooms again? Did you say that was going to be?
Sorry, I got to bring this back. This is not site plan. Site plan was delegated to staff in Bill 109 years ago. This is zoning only. So
All
the
right.
specifics of the building, the parking, garbage pickup, colors, shingles, none of that is relevant today. This is just the zoning of the land.
I'll leave it for now then. Thank you.
I don't see any other, push button. Councillor Crawford.
My only question is, we will not see the site plan, right? Under the bill, whatever the bill is, that says we don't get to do that anymore. That's correct, right?
Through the chair to Councillor
We
Crawford.
only-
That's correct. It's
we-
delegated to staff.
Right, we only deal with the zoning.
Zoning, official plan amendments, draft plans of subdivision.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jeffrey. That concludes our question. Oh, Councillor Tyler Moore.
I guess I shouldn't apologize, but, so I just want to be clear, because we're voting on a zoning order here, which I get. But the site plan approval process, which is going to be in the future, is when we talk about, as you said. Right, not
don't
when
talk
we
about it.
talk about, when they talk about.
Correct.
When staff talks about. But at that time, could staff at that time say, yeah, this is a little light, we need to add more parking, or, like, because what I'm afraid of is in this report, it says 11 spots.
Through the
As
chair to-
much as it's not a site plan,
This
but
is a concept plan. Who says Sean? What different Sean?
Sorry.
This is a concept plan, like we've seen many times in front of us when it comes to zoning.
Sure.
What you get often doesn't look like the concept plan, it's just a concept.
Fair enough.
So staff have their requirements for parking, everything else that they have to follow. But as the director said, it's based on how the building turns out, and they don't know that yet.
For the record, I don't think we have enough parking. So, if anybody cares. you like
Just to be fair, every development we've done in my 21 years here has not had enough parking, because we're only
Yeah.
required to have 2.
This one seems really late, but anyways, I'm totally off. Thanks for letting me back in and supplying some
problem.
comment.
Mr. Jeffrey, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
As this is a public meeting, I want to open it up. Does any member of the public wish to come forward and speak on this application? Mr. Sutens, I thought you might. Please come forward, sign in, state your name, and you'll have 5 minutes.
How do I sign in? Push enter the meeting or?
Where's
Oh,
our
that
person?
form there? Okay, I'll sign that in a minute then. Thank you. My name is Renee Sutens, and I'm here speaking on behalf of my property and my wife's property, which is at number 4 Pin Oak Road. So we are in the area where the proponent circulated and a little history, which I know has nothing to do with site plan, but it does, because 30 years ago, somebody decided to build a garage so that they could do some metalworking. And I suspect the rules for building a garage were different than for building a residential property. Now that garage is being converted to a residential property. I would only comment that when that garage was built 30 years ago, serious damage was done to the drainage in the area. My property is at the bottom of the hill. Yesterday, I had 2 inches of water in my backyard. 30 years ago, I wouldn't have had any. Now, I'm not suggesting that that's necessarily the result of this particular building, but consistently, I would have 10 inches of water in my backyard in serious rain conditions. Bell Canada had to move their lines because it's tough to have boxes that deal with Bell distribution underwater. They just don't work very well. So I'm not saying that this is the fault of the proponent, but in my submission that I did make to Mr. Jeffries by email, I suggested this problem existed. And although I'm not suggesting that the proponent is the cause of the problem, that I wouldn't like my problem to get any worse because of a change in zoning. From a site plan perspective, and I realize that's not the case, but when you build a garage, you can build a massive wall that's about 30 feet long, that stands about 8 feet above the adjoining fence, and it's just a white blank wall. Surely some architectural design on a residential property would be far more appropriate than non-architectural design on a garage or a workbench or a workshop, whatever it was used. And it was used to manufacture antique or repair antique metal work. So I would share that. But from a zoning bylaw amendment, I live close to Kingston Road. Kingston Road was a residential street if you lived here long enough. It's no longer a residential street. And there's numerous applications that come before council to change buildings on Kingston Road. And I'm not particularly opposed to the change in zoning that is being considered here. What I am concerned about is the traffic flow on Kingston Road. It was referenced that there's going to be bus transit lanes and so on. Kingston Road is anything but a road that can be widened to make for smooth flow of traffic, yet that is the proposal as I last recall it. I think you need to consider in this zoning bylaw the egress and access to this piece of property from Kingston Road. People turning left out of that property are taking challenges that they shouldn't necessarily take. People that are turning right out of that property had best be quick. I do it every day. I come out of Rotherglen and I see the traffic. It's heavy. So in your zoning reconsideration, I would just ask that you consider the traffic flow that will happen further along when that Kingston Road gets redeveloped. I know the question was asked earlier. There is a brand-new fence along the east side of that property, put in by the property that is between our property and this property in question. Lovely fence, matches mine, so it's all great. But the building stands substantially above that. What was done was all the shrubbery that came along that east wall was removed. And so when I had a lovely cedar fence or cedar shrubbery to look at, I now have a solid wall because all the cedar is gone. So I just share that with you. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions, Mr. Sutens? I was going to ask if Mr. Jeffrey or Mr. Romanowski could speak to your comments about drainage and access and how those will be dealt with through the site plan process. Please, Mr. Romanowski.
Through the chair to the chair. Access definitely is a consideration, and that will be dealt with through the site plan approval process. We may require some type of study or looking at the access, but it's an existing property that currently has access on the highway too. With regard to drainage, could be a combination of things. Could be, the majority of the houses in this area have pools in their backyard that take up a lot of the backyard and drainage area for, getting water down into the ground. So it could be a combination of elevation, geography, other improvements that people have made to their properties. Mr. Sutens could be correct in that maybe this building, when it was built back in the 90s, may have contributed to that. But through the site plan approval process, we'll get a graded and drainage and servicing plan, and we'll look at the drainage there. And the objective would be to maintain as it is. Pre and post development flows would have to stay within the property itself and be dealt with. If we had drainage crossing, then we'll deal with that through an engineered solution.
Okay. Does that help to answer or address your concern? It will be looked at through the site plan process.
All works fine. Nice to visit council. Been a long time since I've been here. These chairs are a lot more comfortable than when I was a member of council in the old council chambers, so good for you.
I think you're still on a few of these pictures on the wall. Thank you for coming. Does any other member of the public wish to come and make delegation on behalf of this zoning bylaw amendment before us today? Asking a second time, asking a third and final time. Okay, please note, Mr. Clerk. Now it's time for the proponent. If you'd like to come forward, please. I know council might have some questions to you or your consultant, whoever is here. Yes. Well, I'll be a little more open on this. Please state your name.
Oh, Simone Sewell.
Okay, good. First, I'll ask, do you have any comments on the presentation or on the report?
Well, in regards to parking, as he said, there will be 10 staff. The staff will be in shifts, so all the 10 staff will be in location at the same time.
Okay, so members of council might have some questions, starting with Councilor Tyler Morin. I will be a little more lenient here, but try and keep it focused.
I will try. Thank you, Your Worship. And just in general terms, we're always, especially in the village, concerned about new development, making sure that it sort of jives with the feel. And this one here, we're happy to see that it's an existing building and the kind of development. So I don't mean to be negative. I'm just very worried about the parking, and it's just something I'm asking you to consider because the 11 spaces that are there, if we take accessibility, if we take staffing even to 4, it's frustrating because a lot of this is out of our hands. And once this passes today, then we're kind of out. So this is our opportunity to ask, to just think of the scenario in 2 or 3 years from now when it's all said and done. I don't know the timelines, by the way. And everybody's gone home and we have residents there. So I don't know if that's much of a statement. Questions? Would you consider adding more parking?
Well, it's up to when we do the site plan, they're going to decide if we need more parkings or not.
Right.
Yeah.
Bring around the rosy. Okay. Okay, we'll just leave it at that for now. I think my position's clear.
Okay. And I believe Ms. Henry you wanted to get some information about the homes in Scarborough. I'm not sure if
Hold on,
I should speak in
I'll
that.
chair the meeting.
He's chairing the meeting.
Were you finished, Councilor Donovan?
I am, and again, non-negative first, just you answered my question. It's really up to the site plan and that process. I understand.
And you don't feel there's enough parking? Correct. Councilor Dies, you're next.
Thank you. Just my question before is I don't understand exactly how this plays out. Do you have to be a licensed provider to actually go through this process of rezoning and retrofitting for a retirement home, or does that come after the fact, or not after the
It
fact,
comes
but
after the fact.
once the home is ready and they come and inspect? Is that
They'll
how-
come and inspect, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Bauer, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor Collier, and thank you for your leniency. I do have some questions about your application.
Don't thank me yet.
Sorry?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for coming to Ajax. Thank you for coming to the meeting. So I just would like to know if you have experience running retirement homes.
I do. I'm currently managing 2 homes in Scarborough, 2 retirement homes.
Okay. And do you own them as well?
Yes, I do.
Okay, wonderful. And you're planning for 30 rooms? Is that
29, actually.
29?
Yeah.
Is that meant for 29 residents, or will they be, they're single rooms only, or will they be?
If I am going to have a semi-private, it might be maybe 1 or 2. That could be maybe like a couple's room.
Do you have a maximum number of residents? then?
Residents, so it would be about maybe 32 max.
32 max?
Yeah.
And at any time, there will be 4 staff? Is that right? Is it a 24-hour
Yeah, because
staff?
my clients are pretty much will be independent, right?
Okay, so maybe could you speak to that? What's your vision for the residents of this home?
So the residents that I will care for, they're going to be pretty much independent. They'll be able to do showers on their own. I will have staff to provide the meals for them, medication. So it's more of an independent home.
Okay, and you will be charging monthly rent, I assume?
We'll be
for
charging
these?
monthly rents because we do have staff to pay. Like we're going to provide meals, laundry, medication, activities for each of these clients. Yeah.
Okay, and will any of these, will you be able to provide any subsidized rent or rent to, what is the word, care to income?
We are retirement homes, so retirement home is never really subsidized, only long-term care homes.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Henry.
Thank you. So hopefully that leniency applies to me as well, Mr. Mayor, and you can tell me if it doesn't.
Councilor Bauer's getting close. so-
Okay. So you're right. I do have some concerns that were brought to me by seniors, and it does relate to the governing body of RHRA and inspection findings, and that it not be duplicated here in Ajax.
Okay.
This is my opportunity to ask you about that and the reports, because it is a concern for seniors that the findings will happen here as well. So you know what the findings were. I don't need to go into, a big long list of it with regards to incidents and medication not being locked up and such. How can we be assured as a council and as a community, you're bringing forth, asking us to make an amendment to adjust a zoning for you, to do something for you. How do we know that?
Councilor Henry, no.
I'm
we're
asking.
way off base.
I understand what you're saying, but normally with RHRA, if they do come in a home and there's an issue, you have 10 days in which you fix the issue in order to get in compliance. I recently had a resident that went in insulin, so he went in insulin, and it was just the fridge that wasn't locked. Like all the medications were already locked in the pantry. It was just the fridge that wasn't locked with the insulin, and it was a new client to us. and that was resolved. The lock was on the fridge, everything is okay. Oratory approved it, we're in compliance. That was just it.
Okay, just moving forward,
Yeah.
we're not getting into the regulations. That's between the applicant and the regulating body, which is the province, not us. So please go ahead.
Thank you for allowing me to ask that question. With regards to what Councillor Bauer asked you, minimum of 32 residents.
Yes.
And 4 staff. And how many washrooms? Can I ask that?
There's 10 washrooms.
10 washrooms.
Yep.
So obviously there will be sharing of this facility.
Yes.
And this is where it differs from a long-term care home, correct?
It's different, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to leave the rest of my questions because I have a feeling the mayor won't let me ask them. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I'm not seeing any other questions. Thank you very much. I have the resolution here. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Lee. Seconded by, I'll second it. PDS 2024-12 zoning bylaw amendment Z2/24 Simone Sewell 456 Kingston Road West. Moved by Councillor Lee, seconded by myself. The zoning bylaw amendment application Z2/24 be approved and that the implementing zoning bylaw as provided in attachment 1 to this report be considered for approval by council at its meeting on May 21st, 2024. Any questions to staff or comments by members of council, please? I will just make a comment on this application because I heard from residents, I heard from the proponent as well as council, and I've been doing this a while and I'm very familiar with parking and these other things. I also am very familiar with the things that we can make decisions on and the things we can't make decisions on due to Bill 109 and them delegating the authority to staff through site plans. So I always believe that staff have heard the comments here and will consider all those things as this goes forward. The proponent has heard some of the comments, and some of them are dealt with through the regulating body. And I just want the residents to understand, we control the zoning. And right now we have a supporting staff report. It's met all the criteria. We could say no, but if we did, this is going right to the Ontario Land Tribunal, and it would be overturned, and we would have to pay a big legal bill. So just so people watching understand the process. So. Which? You're welcome. So with that said, is there any other comments or should we vote? Okay, Mr. Clerk, please vote. And that carries. We've been at this for almost 2 hours and 20 minutes. Let's take a 5-minute break and we'll come back. Yeah, it's going to be a 10-minute presentation, and let's take a 5-minute break. We'll get back here at 3:20. Call this meeting back to order. We do have quorum. Next item, public meeting 5.8, PDS 2024-13, zoning bylaw amendment Z124, 850 Riverside Drive. Mr. Romanowski? Oh, sorry, Mr. Landry? Please go ahead. You have 10 minutes. I don't think you have to use all of it if you don't want to.
Yeah, I'm sure I won't use the full 10 minutes. Good afternoon, Mayor Collier and members of council. My name is Nathaniel Landry, planner for the town of Ajax. I'm the planner responsible for processing the submitted zoning bylaw amendment application for 850 Riverside Drive. I will be providing you an overview of staff's review and its recommendation for a proposed zoning bylaw amendment application submitted by 850 Riverside Inc. To facilitate a residential development consisting of 5 single detached dwellings on the subject lands. Please note that this meeting will also serve as a statutory public meeting where residents are able to address council and town staff about the proposed zoning bylaw amendment and the development of the subject lands. This afternoon, council is being asked to make a decision on this application. The subject lands are located on the west side of Riverside Drive, approximately 190 meters south of Roslyn Road West. The subject lands have approximately 70 meters of frontage along Riverside Drive and is approximately 4,800 square meters in area. The subject lands are currently occupied by a single detached dwelling. The applicant has applied for a demolition permit to remove said dwelling. The west portion of the subject lands are occupied by environmentally sensitive lands associated with the Urfe Creek Valley lands. The subject lands are surrounded by the following land uses. To the north are single detached dwellings. Further north is Roslyn Road West. Immediately to the south are lands formerly known as 836 Riverside Drive, which received zoning bylaw amendment and land division approvals to facilitate the development of 5 single detached dwelling units in 2023, very much similar to the application being discussed today. Further south are single detached dwellings and condominium townhouse dwellings. To the west is Urfe Creek and the associated environmentally sensitive lands, and to the east is Riverside Drive and the Riverside Golf Club. In April 2024, the applicant submitted land division applications to sever the subject lands and create 5 developable lots for single detached dwellings, being parts 1 to 5 on the plan seen here. The land division applications are set to be heard at the May 29, 2024 Committee of Adjustment meeting. Town staff have prepared a report recommending approval of the land division applications with the condition that the subject lands be brought into compliance with the town zoning bylaw to enable the development of 5 single detached dwellings on these severed lots. Therefore, the zoning bylaw amendment will rezone the eastern portion of the subject lands fronting onto Riverside Drive to a residential zone permitting single detached dwellings, and rezone the western portion of the subject lands that will function as a vegetation protection zone or buffer to the Urfe Creek Valley lands to environmental protection. These lands, being Part 7 on the plan seen here, will be conveyed to the Toronto and Region Conservation Authority. The subject lands are designated low-density residential within the Town of Ajax official plan. The low-density residential designation permits single-detached dwellings, semi-detached, duplex, linked, and street townhouse dwellings up to a maximum density of 30 units per net hectare. A maximum height of 3 stories is permitted within the low-density residential designation. The proposed development of 5 single-detached dwellings on the subject lands will generate a density of approximately 18 units per net hectare, which is within the permitted density range. The proposed development conforms with the low-density residential designation of the town's official plan. The subject lands are currently zoned country residential CR zone in the town's zoning bylaw. Detached dwellings are permitted in the country residential zone. However, the development standards for the zone do not support the development of proposed single detached dwellings due to their lot size. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment will establish the appropriate residential zone category and development standards based on the size of the severed parcels. Therefore, the proposed zoning bylaw amendment will rezone the eastern portion of the subject lands from country residential CR zone to residential 1D R1D zone, and rezone the western portion of the subject lands that will function as a vegetation protection zone to the Urfe Creek Valley lands from country residential CR zone to environmental protection EP zone. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment does not require any site-specific development standards because the proposed development will comply with the existing standards of the R1D zone. The following studies have been submitted in support of the zoning bylaw amendment application, all of which have been reviewed and deemed satisfactory by the applicable town departments and external agencies. These reports and all other submitted materials are available to the public on the IMO webpage for the application. The environmental impact study, which determines the limit of development for the subject lands, has recommended that a vegetation protection zone or buffer be established to prevent any impact the proposed development may have on the environmentally sensitive lands that are located to the west. The vegetation protection zone or buffer identified as Part 7 on the proposed plan will be zoned environmental protection and conveyed to the Toronto and Region Conservation Authority and be held in public ownership. The applicant has contracted the Toronto and Region Conservation Authority to conduct restoration planting within these lands to assist with returning it to its natural state and further limiting any potential impacts to the environmentally sensitive lands associated with Urfe Creek. The restoration, planting, and conveyance of these lands to the TRCA will be secured through a development agreement. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment has been reviewed against the provincial policy statement, the growth plan, the Region of Durham official plan, and the town's official plan. The proposal is consistent with the provincial policy statement and conforms to provincial, regional, and town policies. On April 29, 2024, notice of the statutory public meeting was circulated to all landowners within 120 meters of the subject lands in accordance with the Planning Act requirements. In addition, notification of the statutory public meeting was included on the Town of Ajax website and social media channels for 3 consecutive weeks prior to the meeting and posted on the IMO page. No comments were received from the public by planning staff. Staff are of the opinion that the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is appropriate for the future development of the subject lands for 5 single detached dwellings. Based on their foregoing, staff recommend approval of zoning bylaw amendment application Z1/24 and that the implementing zoning bylaw as per attachment 1 to the staff report be approved by council. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. It's also important to note that I believe the applicant is in attendance virtually to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. First member of council is Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Your Worship. My only question, this is right beside the 5 that are currently being constructed, correct? So my only question is, and I realize has nothing to do with zoning, is how many trees are coming down?
Through Mayor Collier to Regional Councillor Crawford, there are a number of trees coming down. I don't have the number off the top of my head. It is available in the staff report, the exact number. There are quite a number of trees coming down, though.
42, thank you, sorry. Okay, so, all right, thank you.
Next, Councillor Tyler Moore.
Thank you, Your Worship. Rare to see low density. It's so interesting. Maybe this is better for the proponent, but I'll ask you. The existing homes to the north, which would be 870, 880, I don't know. Do you know what they look like? They're beautiful homes. I'm just wondering, will these kind of harmonize aesthetically with those-ish?
Sure. Through Mayor Collier to Councillor Tyler Morin. So the proposed concept plan is very similar style, 2-story residential dwellings that will keep with the character of the neighborhood. It's also important to note that through the development agreement, the development of these detached dwellings will be subject to architectural control, which will keep in mind maintaining the character of the neighborhood and the surrounding homes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, not seeing anyone else in the speaker. Oh, Councillor Barr.
Thank you, Mayor Collier. Thank you for the presentation. So country residential, so the bylaw amendment is because of the size of the lots for each home. So if this was not approved, how many detached homes could fit on that property?
Through Mayor Collier to Councillor Bauer, as the property stands today is basically at its maximum development potential in the current country residential zone, as the country residential zone has a much larger lot size per dwelling.
Okay, understood. Thank you. That's my only question.
Okay. Now, since I don't see anybody else on the speakers list, I'll ask a few questions. I'm going to follow up on the trees because that seems like, looking at the overhead map, the existing house and pool appears to take up a pretty sizable chunk of this. I'm wondering where those 85 trees are that are going to come down, because it looks like most of the area is cleared.
Yeah, through Mayor Collier to Mayor Collier. So a number of the trees, there's a bunch of hedgerows that count as trees through the arborist report. So that's where a large number of these trees are coming from.
So these aren't large diameter, 20 centimeter plus trees coming down all over. This is
correct.
Bushes.
There's a variety.
Okay. I want to ask about the environmental portion, because this is all in the flood zone, right? It's already in the floodplain?
Correct.
So I'm trying to understand, the existing property and the pool already take up, it's urbanized. Why is there the requirement? I don't have the entire EA, but does the EA, first of all, the setback that it's recommending, I wrote recommended, is there a minimum that has to be followed for a development like this?
And that's in reference to like the rear
The
yard?
setback from Murphy Creek.
Yeah. So if we could go back to my slides, actually, I do have an image here. So this is straight from the environmental impact study. These are the factors that come into determining that limit of development in the rear yard. The limiting factor for this project and this subject property is the fact that there is potentially red-side dace, which is a small endangered fish habitat in Earth Creek that requires a 30-meter meander belt setback from the top of slope, which terminates at that kind of light pink line at the end of that yellow shaded area, and that's where the development limit is
Okay,
and that's where
so there is no wiggle room in that is legislated, that has to be done as soon as there is a application put forward for a rezoning.
Right.
Has to come into conformity, okay.
Yeah.
It just seems like a huge shame to me, and I actually did serve on Cloca for a couple of terms, and yeah, the red side days, don't want to minimize them, as not many, and really this isn't, yeah, maybe one. Okay, seems like a lot of valuable land and a lot of nice backyard that's being given to the TRCA at the cost of the purchasers, because it speaks to affordability as well. This is proposed to be low density. Just because it's low density, can if say these guys turn around and resell it, could somebody come along and build townhomes there? Medium?
They could potentially, yes, as it would be permitted in the R1D zone.
Fourplexes, as of right?
Correct.
Okay, so there's other options here depending if this developer, I'm not even sure if, actually I'll ask the proponent, because I think this switched hands recently, this property. The other, actually those are my questions. Nothing further in here, so thank you for your presentation. As this is a public meeting, does any member of the public here wish to speak to this application? Asking second time? Third and final time? Mr. Clerk, is there anybody online that wishes to, of the public that wishes to speak to this?
No, Mr. Mayor, there are no members of the public online.
Okay, how about the proponent? Is the proponent
I believe
available?
the proponent is online.
Okay, would they like to comment on the report or answer questions from council?
Mr. Khan, if you would like to press the button in the middle of your screen that appears to be a head with lines emanating away from it, that will activate your microphone.
Oh, is this Mohammed? Okay, it hasn't changed hands. There you are. Hi, Mr. Khan.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you fine. I don't see any, did you want to speak to the report?
No, I just wanted to thank staff for the report, and I am in complete agreement. And I wanted to thank you as well for raising a concern that yes, a substantial chunk of the land was taken away by TRCA, and we fought hard, but Red Side Days is Red Side Days. Like good 35% of our land was taken, and on top of that, they wanted $65,000 to restore that land to their standards.
Yep.
So this was seemed unfair, but the law is the law. But I thank you and staff for supporting this.
Yeah, they tend to do that. Are you actually going to be the developer on this land? Are you building homes?
No, we'll be selling these lots, so individuals will be building their own. And as you know, the planner said they'll be governed by, the building permit application and all the architectural review.
Okay. There's no other speakers, so that's all I have for you, Mr. Khan. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Can I get a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor Lee. Actually, I'll let Councillor Crawford do this. PDS 2024-13 zoning bylaw amendment Z1/24 850 Riverside Drive. Moved by Councillor Crawford, second by Councillor Lee, that zoning bylaw amendment application Z1/24 be approved, and that the implementing zoning bylaw as provided in attachment 1 to this report be considered for approval by council at its meeting of May 21st, 2024. Any further questions? No, please vote. And that carries unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to we can now get to the agenda. Items of correspondence. Are there any pulls? Councillor Brower, which one?
Item. Oh, thank you. Item number 2, regarding the Durham Agricultural Advisory Committee resolution.
Any other polls? Hearing seeing none, can I get a mover, please, for receipt? Moved by Councillor Tyler Moran, second by Councillor Crawford, that the report dated May 21st, 2024, containing items of correspondence, except item 2, be received for information. Those in favor? I vote. That carries. Councillor Bauer, item 2.
Button.
Yes.
Okay.
There you go.
Thank you very much. So I just had a question. I do remember that this committee came in front of council some months ago to talk about issues, and I think this was one of the concerns they brought forward. So I just wanted to confirm this, as after that presentation, was this the discussion that happened amongst staff and the region, which resulted in this motion?
CEO Baker?
Which, by the way, I'm happy that it's here, and but I remember it came forward, and I apologize for not sending that question earlier.
Who's controlling the mic over there? You go.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So you're aware, Councillor Bauer, staff internally actually dealt with this issue much prior to this motion coming forward, being approved at Regional Council. We met with some of the farmers and came to a resolution to waive the fee based on a delegated authority in the fees bylaw.
Okay.
So it didn't have to come back to council.
Okay. Yeah, I think I do recall having some sort of presentation about that. That's it. I just wanted to confirm that. Thank you.
Okay. Any further? Can we get a seconder, please? I assume Councillor Bauer, you can move item 2?
Yes.
For receipt, seconded by Councillor Henry. Please vote. That carries. Moving on to reports, there is no Community Affairs and Planning report. General Government Committee, can I get a mover and a seconder? Oh, I'll just go by my thing. Councillor Henry, are you okay moving the GGC report? Yes. And Councillor Lee, okay seconding? Okay, that the General Government Committee report dated May 13th, 2024 be adopted. Any questions, comments on GGC? No, those in favor of receipts or of approval, sorry.
Members, we're waiting on one. There we go.
And that is carried. The summary of advisory committee reports. Councillor Bauer, moved by Councillor Bauer, second by Councillor Dyes. Are you both okay with that? That the summary of advisory committee activities report dated May 21st, 2024 is attached to the meeting agenda be received for information, and that the recommendations contained therein be referred to staff where applicable. Questions and comments? No, please vote. Moving on to departmental reports, we have our Clio, Ms. Vaisler, patiently waiting at the back.
Thank you, Council, Mr. Mayor, and Council members. The Library Board is happy to submit this regular update on library services. We don't have a formal report, but I would like to draw your attention to the unprecedented use that the library has seen over the last couple of years. In 2023, we exceeded our pre-pandemic service levels, and you'll see that has continued in 2024, no doubt as a result of continued growth that is happening in Ajax. With that said, I'm happy to answer any other questions you have on my report and the board's report.
Excellent. Questions? Councillor Bauer.
Thank you, Mayor Collier. Thank you very much, Cleo Vaisler, for this report. So my question is about library cards and Ajax residents, or who can obtain an Ajax library card?
Any community member living in Durham region can obtain an Ajax Public Library card free of charge. This is through a Durham region reciprocal borrowing agreement that happens. We also receive a small fraction of people who are non-residents, and we have to date been waiving that fee, although we are under review of that process to make sure that we are making the most of Ajax residents' taxpayers.
Absolutely, thank you. So, and that's reciprocal agreement means that is also the other municipalities, it's back and forth, right? Like
yes, understanding that we are a region community and that there is an upper and lower tier. We see that there are many residents who may work in other areas of the municipality, so that reciprocal lending agreement is beneficial to those who live and work in different municipalities. So an Ajax resident is also able to obtain a library card at any other municipality in Durham region.
Great. And is there, so I could end up having like 8 library cards.
That's true.
So has there ever been discussion about a universal card for Durham residents?
Through the mayor, that is a model that is more popular in Western Canada. That is not a model that is popular in Ontario, as there are substantial costs in trying to amalgamate that service.
Okay, thank you very much. That was my question, Mayor Collier.
Welcome. Councillor Henry.
Thank you, and thank you very much for your report. I just, not so much a question, but more of a comment, and just wanted to say that I'm really enjoying the makerspace. And for those who have not visited that space at McLean's Community Center, it is fabulous. I cannot say enough about it and all that it can bring. My daughter, who is a young artist, has used that opportunity to put her art on shirts, and I've seen others there, some friends that I've met, and I believe some employees too while I was there were using the space as such. So it's a great opportunity for young people to show their art abilities in different ways, ways that you wouldn't think. And I just want to commend the library board on all the work done through the makerspace. Thank you.
Okay. I don't see any other speakers in the speakers list. So keep up the good work.
Thank you.
I have moved by Councillor Crawford, second by Councillor Tyler Moore, that the Library Services 2024 Spring Update be received for information. Comments? Nope. Those in favor? That carries. Are there any regional council reports? Councillor Crawford. Oh, sorry, Councillor Dyes is in there before you. Councillor Dyes.
I have a question. I do, pertaining to one of the delegations today, I have a motion that I'd like to bring forward. I'd like to know at what point I can do that.
That was, well, I was waiting to see if anybody pulled the petition during correspondence. We could have dealt with it there. Since they didn't, I would suggest that that's going to happen as new business and announcements.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Your Worship. There's not much to report from Works, except for that I want to remind everyone that on July the 1st, the changes to the blue bin begin, and the expansion of the green bin begin, and also the trial for the garbage pails in Ward 2 will begin all at the same time. So that's basically through for the Works Department. For transit, we had a presentation from the BRT. Harwood to Wicks construction will begin on 2024 this year at any time. We keep hearing about it. From Wicks to Galea, construction will be 2025, and Lakeridge to Des Newman will be 2026. So a lot of that, especially the part through that whole area, actually, we're still waiting for the First Nations consultation on that piece for it to actually begin the construction piece of it. So it is coming, but we've been hearing that for a while now. One other thing is the Simcoe Street RT that they're looking at is very interesting. They're talking about actually, what do you call it now? It's over the head rail. It's what's it called? Monorail.
Monorail.
Not monorail. No, it's the smaller guys, like the Jetsons.
Oh, light rail?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, LRT, yeah.
Jetpacks.
Yeah. It sounds like a picture, like charades. Yeah, right across the street. Anyway, that's what they're really considering that because the area is tight, very tight for construction, and the construction time would be much less than if they were to actually put the bus lanes in the center. So it's been really interesting listening to those conversations. I don't know if that's going to happen or not, but the aerial tram, I think it is. No, aerial tram? I don't know what it's called. Anyway, aerial cable cars, that's it. Like at the exhibition. So it'll be very interesting to see what happens there. It's very heavily populated and good business. It's supposed to be very good for business. So that's the update from transit.
Okay. Councillor Henry, I'm going to go to the regional councils first to give their reports, and then we'll go to questions after. Yeah, Councillor Dyes.
Yes, thank you. I was at a conference recently on the Great Lakes St. Lawrence Cities Initiative, and we are members of that organization. Toronto Region Conservation Authority was also there, and it was very interesting discussion on the blue economy on the Great Lakes, which is about cargo on the ships that we all know we see at the freights going through Lake Ontario off our shoreline, but it was also about tourism. They do a lot of tourism on the Great Lakes now. The problem is going to be the challenge of getting the facilities that they need in order to facilitate tourism. They do have Oshawa would be the first port of call coming in, then St. Lawrence. So they do have cargo facilities, but they have nothing for, say, a cruise where they have to get off and show their passport and that type of thing. So they're very popular right now, but they were also talking about the underutilization of our waterways along the shoreline where there are municipalities. And this is a binational organization, US and Canada, that we share our waters with. And they're saying that there's potential there to have some sort of a taxiing kind of way to get to work other than public transportation or get the cars off the road in gridlock and go by water. So like, say, from Ajax to Toronto. And that it's much, much quicker and it's affordable, and they're looking into those types of initiatives. And they're also looking into making sure that we can make it greener somehow with the freights that are going through and all of the boats that utilize the Great Lakes. So it was a jam-packed agenda and a very interesting one. Thank you.
I also attended, and you forgot the hovercrafts from St. Catharines to Toronto. Yeah. Before I move on to questions, any other regional council reports? No? Okay. Councillor Henry?
Hi, I just wanted to ask Regional Councillor Crawford to elaborate more on, I heard you mention Ward 2 and garbage.
So last month, in my report, I had mentioned that the garbage containers are going to be given out in a section in Ward 2. I had a map and a little description. And it's a pilot that's going to be used in Ward 2. And what it is a new form of garbage collection. So what we have found through Miller Waste is the workers are getting older and less able to lift up garbage. So these containers are designed, they're 35 gallon, I believe they are. So they're designed to fit 3 bags of garbage in one container. And then they're armed to go into slots, I guess, in the garbage pails. They're on wheels and then they're emptied into the container. Very similar to Toronto, I believe. Toronto does very similar kind of garbage pickup. And providing that that works, the idea then would be that the green bin would have the same solution put forward. Because when you start to expand your green bin into cat litter, dog poo, dog waste, diapers, etc., they're going to get much heavier than if it was just food compost again. So the idea is to test this out to make sure that the trucks work. And so the section, I can send you the section again, but it's northwest. Yeah, northwest. And they'll let us know when it happens so that we can be out there. Hopefully we can get ahead of it and we can start to let residents know, because you've got about a month now before that will change over. And
So is that pilot project, was there information given out to those homeowners already or no?
There will be. There will be. If it's
Okay.
not, it likely will go out in June because most people don't pay attention until it's like on their doorstep. But it'll likely go out in June as this whole project rolls out. So
Excellent.
Yeah.
So that's good information. We'll touch base on that offline because then we can put that out through our May 28th meeting.
absolutely, yeah, you should be informing your residents right away. Yeah,
100%.
it's the only section in Ajax that's getting done.
Okay,
Yep, for
thank you.
pilot. Yep.
Not seeing anything further, I just have a question on the works report as well. And I want to talk about the contracts, because the contract for the organics was tendered and awarded, I don't remember if it was this year or last year, and the company that got it is in Leamington. So organics are now going to be shipped, instead of going to the facility in Pickering, I believe it is, and there's one in North Oshawa, I think, our organics are now going to, starting next year, be going to Leamington, which is a 360-kilometer, I believe, round trip. I can't understand how they could do it for cheaper than we could do it locally, but I do know that in my mind, this goes completely against, I'm getting to a question, this goes completely against the region's position on climate change and greenhouse gas reduction. So my question is, I understand there's another bid out for tender now for the leaf and lawn waste collection. Is there going to be any consideration given to this on our positions taken by regional council on climate change and emissions reduction? Because I'm hearing that this is going to somewhere way up north.
I don't know. I haven't heard anything on it. I mean, I'm certainly your voice at the Works Committee. You did ask the question, and I believe you received a response, if I'm not mistaken.
The response was, it's already been awarded. It's
Okay.
done.
All right. Well, I hadn't actually heard the leaf thing yet. It hasn't come to Works yet.
It's out for tender now.
Okay.
And if you wouldn't mind asking that
Yep.
question, because again, awarding this, whether it's a little bit cheaper or not, to somewhere way outside of the region.
Yeah.
The other
I
understanding
know,
I
because we
have-
wanted it to be built here.
The other understanding I have is the current contracts require the current operators, whether it be Miller, whether it be Whitby or Oshawa, that collect their own waste. Their contract says, regardless, if they award it to somewhere way up north, the people that hold the current collection contract have to transport it there with no additional payment to them versus going somewhere within the region. So there's a few things happening. I just would like clarification on that.
Sure.
Down the road. Thank you. Further? Councilor Lee, did you have something? No? Okay. I move by Councilor Lee, second by Councilor Henry, that the Regional Council's reports of May 21st, 2024 be received for information. You're both okay on those? Okay. Any other comments? No? Those in favor? That is carried. Moving on to business arising from notice of motion, mental health and suicide awareness through Operation White Heart, Regional Councilor Crawford and Councilor Bauer. Councilor Crawford, please go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. This was actually brought to me from a resident in Ajax that had lost her son, her only son, to suicide about a year ago. And this project started, let me just read this. I'll just read if it's okay, I'll read the motion.
Go ahead.
Whereas the White Heart is an awareness project focused on promoting conversations around mental health and suicide, utilizing basic landscaping supplies such as mulch and white stones to create a white heart. More than 500 hearts have been installed in St. John's, New Brunswick, and the surrounding areas since Gary Brown funded the Operation White Heart in 2021. So according to the Canadian Mental Health Association, 1 in 5 people in Canada will personally experience a mental health problem or illness. And so I felt like this was, we have a whole art program, and so I actually approached Robert Gruber to say, to ask him about meaningful art. And I felt that the waterfront at Rotary Park would be a good opportunity to be able to install a white heart with, I think it's not a plaque, it's more of an explanation board to basically explain why the heart was there, and so that people that had experienced loss in their lives would be able to have a chance to come and reflect and remember. So it is an unbudgeted amount of money of $2,500, and I realize that the budget has already passed, but I am hoping for council support on this.
Thank you, Mayor Collier, and thank you, Regional Councilor Crawford, for bringing this, and I'm happy to second it. We live in a world that, mental health, there's so much stigma and judgment regarding personal mental health, and therefore people are afraid to talk about it or ask for help. And so if we're able to provide an outward symbol of something to remind people that it's okay to not be okay, and it's okay to ask for help or just to be, I think that's a very loud message that we can send, and it's a small step in that direction of erasing that stigma and judgment. And this project itself reminds me, if you remember during COVID, when we had all those lovely rock gardens and rocks along the trails and in the paths, so that while we were feeling bubbled and isolated, we could go out and see these rocks, and it really reminded us that we weren't alone and that we were all together. So I think this serves as a great example of that, and I'm happy to support, and I ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Very supportive of this motion. It's a fantastic idea. But on both in the aspect of supporting mental health, which is absolutely important to Councilor Bauer's point, but also to further our art scene in Ajax. I think typically during budget time, we will see $100,000, $200,000 art installations, and those are always the first to go because we always prioritize what we need versus what we want. I think these smaller art pieces is a great opportunity to test whether this is a more palatable solution to get art in key installations within town without necessarily breaking the bank for it. So it's a fantastic idea and also a really good test case for us. So looking forward to see how this works out. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Henry?
Thank you. I just wanted to make a comment. I remember when Regional Councillor Crawford was thinking about this motion and was telling me about it and her passion for it. And I wanted to say thank you because I think it's a very well thought out motion that really speaks to the heart of what a lot of people have gone through in recent years and gives them an opportunity and a place to go and just perhaps they'll meet somebody else that's going through something that they're going through. And it gives them that opportunity to connect. So I just wanted to say thank you for bringing that forward.
Councillor Crawford, do you want to back in?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that this motion will be shared with all the lakeshore municipalities so that hopefully as you're riding along the lakefront on the waterfront, you'll be able to see White Harts in Pickering, Ajax, Whitby, and Oshawa. So hopefully this will be taken up by them too. Thank you.
I just have a question that came out of Councillor Bauer's comments because I remember that rock stone project well at the waterfront. It really got residents engaged. And I wonder, like I don't have a problem with this, I'm supporting this regardless, but I wonder if any thought was given to getting community involvement instead of just having staff buy a bunch of rocks and paint them and having people gripe on social media about waste of money or whatever else they're going to say. If the community got involved in painting the rocks and, I don't know, putting a name of a loved one or something and did it that way, is that something that was considered or is this just a bad idea?
What I would love for residents to take it up and actually have them on their own property. And I think it would be wonderful eventually to be able to have one in Ward 1 and Ward 2 also because, you know, but I don't know, the White Hart needs to be the White Hart. It is pretty specific as to how the design is done. And I mean, I'm sure if community wanted to come out and help dig it up and mulch and that kind of thing, that we would be open to that. But it needs to be, I would love for it to expand as what it has in St. John's to over 500 White Harts throughout the province. So.
Don't say St. John's. The Newfoundlanders are going to get very upset at you.
Where was it, sorry?
St. John. They're very touchy about that. Okay, Councillor Lee?
Just on your note, I think it's a fantastic idea, but given the chance for people to ruin something, they will absolutely take that chance. I think there's that art installation in New York that was ruined within, I think, a day. So I love the intent, but I think we should keep it simple for now. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, not seeing anything further. Time to vote. That is carried. Next item is calling the province to recognize Ajax's progress on housing and honor its $4 million commitment. Moved by myself, second by Councillor Crawford. I'm not going to belabor the point. I made most of my comments during the grant and partnership presentation before. I feel the province owes us $4 million. The money has been budgeted. The money has been allocated. It's sitting somewhere in the province. A technicality is holding it up. This is going to be circulated to our MP as well as Minister Calandra, our MPP, and did I see? Yes, Sean Fraser as well. I'm going to be following up with our MP Mark Holland as well. I think this is something they can lobby for us. I mean, it's CMHC. It's not that difficult to go by and count the foundations and recognize that you made a quick error. So we're asking them to revisit and hopefully right or wrong. Councillor Crawford, did you want to speak to this? Okay. Councillor Lee?
It's great that we included the lower tier Durham region municipalities because I think, you know, Clarington got the bad end of the stick as well. You've sent letters regarding this, and this is just kind of a formality allowing us kind of to put our own stamp on this, correct? Yeah, I'm not holding my breath for the province to come through for us, but I appreciate the efforts, so thank you, Chair.
Very good. Councillor Henry?
Thank you. So I just want to clarify. And I do apologize because we've been through this, something similar to this before. We're writing a letter to the province to tell them that we're upset with the federal government's lack of proper numbers?
We're passing a motion requesting the provincial government to revisit, what's the wording? Ask the federal and provincial governments to engage the town of Ajax, Ontario municipalities, AMO, and Ontario big city mayors to identify opportunities to improve the accuracy of housing starts data. So make sure they count properly next time. Ask the provincial government to work with municipalities and CMHC to revisit the data from the 2023 BFF program and make good on payments to the town of Ajax and other municipalities resulting from faulty data.
So in this motion, it says, despite outreach from the town to identify missing data, the CMHC will not revise past data and MMH will not intervene or cannot. So, sorry, will not intervene. So my question is, will not intervene or cannot intervene? Because how do they intervene in a process that is not theirs? I'm just trying to understand that.
I'll try and answer this, but I think Councilor Lee said it best, not holding my breath. But regardless, I can't just sit back and just take no for an answer. That's an easy one.
I agree with you.
If we don't push this up the line and we don't create a little bit of political pressure, then no is the answer. But this is an easy fix. As I said, this is not asking them to dig deep and come up with new money. The money's there. It's just asking them to look at the facts again and revisit it because we provided them with the proper number. And Minister Calandra can, ignore all my letters if he wants to. He has so far. But I'm going to keep going. It doesn't mean I'm going to stop sending them. So at least we can look back and show that we are trying to do something, trying to move this forward. The main goal is next year, we don't want to get turned down again for the same thing.
And I'm not suggesting that we stop. I'm just asking, are we sending it to the right place? Because this is to the province. Shouldn't this be going to the federal government?
It's both. It's the federal and provincial governments. And it's going to be copied to Sean Fraser, who is the person in charge of the, what's the name of that funding with the 21 million? The housing funding. Minister of Housing Infrastructure, our own MP, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and our local MPP. And AMO, and we've dealt with this at AMO, we've dealt with this at big city mayors quite a bit. Everybody's saying the same thing. But the federal and provincial government are kind of going like this.
It'd be nice to get them in a room and have a chat.
Well, I think Mark can probably do that better than me.
And I just, I just wanted to bring up that with regards to the MZOs, that I'm noticing that from April 10th of 2024 to May 10th of 2024, the 30-day consultation period went out.
Yep.
So have we heard any feedback on that? And do we know what the process is moving forward after that timeline?
We're off topic, but the province has received all their feedback they requested. It's been removed from the registry. And it's just like everything, a matter of time waiting for the Municipal Affairs and Housing Office to get to it.
Okay, thank you for that.
Further? Nope. Time to vote. And that carries. Thank you. And the last one, this should be quick and easy, temporary opening of Ashbury Boulevard and Range Road link, moved by myself, second by Councilor Bauer. It could be the other way around because you brought this back to my attention again. We had a site visit with staff last week down at this area. This section of road where Range meets Ashbury has been completed for I don't know how many years, but quite some time. There's just concrete bollards across it. There's been a push to open that up. One of the items I removed from the budget this year was the 12 million, which I understand is now 15 million to upgrade Lake Ridge Road. I don't see that as good value, spending 15 million to upgrade Lake Ridge Road without having the data to show how much traffic is going to increase. So this is asking for a pilot for, how many months is it? Till end of 2024 to report back and see what the actual numbers are. And then we can make a decision. So it's a, pardon? No, just to put it in, we relaxed the rules. So now it's on the floor. So I'll leave it there. Councillor Bauer?
And thank you for bringing this forward. It's not a pilot, it's a temporary opening to collect data. So, and I have received regular requests throughout the last 6 years from residents in that area about opening that up. It's ready to open in their opinion. And the main concern, which I agree from staff, is we don't know the condition of Lakeridge and whether it can handle the additional traffic. It's an unfinished road, it's unlit, there's no shoulders, it's narrow. So I think the mayor is absolutely correct that temporarily opening it to gather that information, and thank you to staff for making that recommendation and supporting it, for those months of before school, over summer, and then back when school starts, I think will be important to see what the usage really is, and if we are able to continue on with that budget item, which I believe is currently scheduled for 2027 to 2029. And based on the data, it could be moved up possibly to 2025 to 2027. But it just makes sense. We have to collect that information first. So that's what I have to say about that. Thank you.
Okay. Anything further? Nope. Time to vote. And that carries. Moving on to bylaws. I'm on, what am I on, Ward? Nope, that's after. Notice of motion in the new business. Sorry, I'll chair the meeting. Say that twice today. We're on Ward 3. So moved by Councillor Dyes, second by Councillor Bauer. The bylaws number 30-2024 to 35-2024 be read a first, second, third time and passed. Any questions, comments on the bylaws? No? Please vote. That carries. Is there any notice of motion? Okay, moving on. Okay. Councillor Lee. I pressed it. There you go.
Thank you, Chair. Next month, I'll be introducing a motion regarding protesting on municipal property and that bylaw that surrounds that. I'll circulate it, obviously, the 10 days before the next council meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Is there a seconder? Okay. So we're moving on to new business and announcements. Before I open it up to Councillor Dyes, because I think this may be lengthy, I have to go at 4:30, but I do want to be part of what I think you want to bring forward. I'm wondering, it's just, I have to go to the bank and get back. They close at 5, and this has to be done today. So is a recess in order, Mrs. Clerk, or I guess I'm going to see what Councillor Dyes brings forward. But if it's lengthy, I'm going to call a recess and come back because I want to be part of it if it's depending, okay? So Councillor Dyes, you want to press your button and go ahead? Okay, you have the floor.
So I can't read it because our picture's in the way. Thank you. Still can't. Perfect. So we had a lengthy delegation today, and it's been under discussion, and felt that it was important. There was a lot of work put into that, and a lot of people attending. And a lot of, we've had the letters come to us previously. So basically, be it resolved that council reaffirms support for the approved recommendations contained in the Lower Harwood study between Lake Driveway and Bailey Street. And number 2, reaffirm support for the 2021 recommendations from staff that the on-street bike lanes and vehicle lanes remain in place from McRae Road to Wesley Road South. Yeah. So a couple of, as I say, there was a lot of work and effort by citizens for quite some time on this issue, and it's been ongoing for months and months with their concerns. Of course, the cycling lanes in Harwood are very popular, and they do connect our downtown core to our waterfront trails, which are well used. And we did a study in 2013 that was approved by council, and the recommendations were very well thought out. We went through 2 public open houses, and all of the comments from citizens and residents were forwarded to council to review, which we did, and we did make some slight alterations to that first phase that we implemented of that Lower Harwood study, which was basically from the lake up to Westney Road. We took into consideration in that study intensification, which means population growth, and how we manage people coming down to the waterfront and how we can offer them some alternate routes. So that people like to walk, people like to ride, people on motorized vehicles. Now we have motorized scooters, all different ways that they can come down to the lake. Unfortunately, multi-use paths are not supported or not liked by any of our users on the waterfront, quite frankly, because pedestrians are a little bit hesitant about the speed of bikes, and bikes are hesitant about pedestrians who have dogs on leashes sometimes, or children that may run out. So it's not a great scenario, and the plan that we put in place originally addressed that issue. I think the only time that the bike lane came up to next to, with a separated area to the pedestrian walkway, was on the way up the hill to Westney from Falby, and that was because of the grade. That was my understanding. So there are many good reasons why this report was put in place and why it was supported later on in 2021 by our staff who were asked to review it. The other issue that comes out loud and clear from constituents is that with the original study, we've paid for the design, we paid for the consultants, we looked at the alternatives, we went through a huge communication process, and that was all paid for. And to kind of go back and redo that process again is, when there was nothing wrong with the first study, is just sort of double dipping for the taxpayers, and they don't like that. To remove, to leave everything in place except for except for the bike lanes in that south portion there, just says to me that they don't like bike lanes. So, there are a lot of people, we have choices in this country, thank God, we choose all different things, but the bike lanes are going to save us a lot of grief in the future with all of these battery-operated vehicles that are coming out with wheels now. So you've got the scooters, you've got people with mobility issues, you've got all kinds of issues that are not going to be welcome on a multi-use path. And I think it's really, really important, first of all, that we look at the money that we're spending in these really difficult times. You're spending, almost $500,000 just to take away the paint. And the residents' comments showed us when we went through that first study in 2013 that yes, there were people who didn't like bike lanes, but the majority did like what was being proposed. It allows people to have a casual walk down the street with their family to go wherever they want down to the waterfront, and it also allows the cyclists to go where they're going, obviously quicker because they're much quicker than pedestrians. And I hope that you take this into consideration, because I don't think this will go away. And we have a reputation, we have the silver standard for cycling lanes, and we haven't really progressed any further than that, which we could have, and I don't think that we'll be getting anything further if we start removing them. It doesn't seem like a big deal. And the other thing I want to add about the traffic, I live down there. I go down there sometimes 4 times a day to the bottom of Harwood. I go at different times a day. And as you come south of Westney, there might be 6 cars in front of you, and they all sort of turn off into their neighborhoods. By the time you get to the stop sign, well, it was me the other day, just me after 6 cars, because I've been counting. But, you know, if there's 3 in a lineup, that's a huge lineup. So I haven't seen any changes. They're absolutely right in those traffic conditions. I haven't seen any changes in the number.
Councillor Dias, you're at your 5 minutes.
Okay. So anyway, I think there's a number of issues to think about, and I hope you consider it. Thank you.
Before we proceed, I've had a chance to read this and digest it a little bit, and this appears very much to me to be a motion to reconsider. So I'm going to reach out to the clerk and just ask a question, because a lot of the dates have been pointed out. This is going back to 2021, but the budget was just approved in January 20th, I think it was. And this has budget implications, which to me is a motion to reconsider. Can you comment on that, please?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, it would, in our opinion, it is not a motion to reconsider, because the motion to reconsider in the procedure bylaw outlines that it has to be a decision of council. And since the budget is considered a strong mayor budget following the recent legislation, it was not a decision of council as that. So the budget is not considered a decision.
But since the budget was, okay, so it's not officially passed yet. This has gone through the entire process. Council had the opportunity to veto. They did not veto. The budget has been adopted. Technically, that's passed.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, our read of the procedure bylaw is that it was not a decision of council. So the budget is now deemed adopted instead of enacted by council. Prior to the strong mayor legislation, it would have been approved by council, but with the new legislation, it's not.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Henry? And I'd just point out, I do have to go in about 3 minutes, and you have an appointment at 4:30 as well.
I'm trying to move it as we speak. If you want to recess, and I'm okay with it, because I'll need my 5 minutes, or whatever time I'm allotted, 10.
Okay, so let's reconvene back here at 5 o'clock.
Okay.
Thank you.
And we are live.
Thank you. Call this meeting back to order. Councillor Henry, can you press your speaker button? You have the floor. Oops. There.
I just wanted to say, first of all, I was not supportive of the bike lanes going in to start with in South Ajax. Not a fan of it, not supportive of it. I'm less supportive of spending money to take them out. I was driving with my husband the other night and was telling him about this area and showing him where it was. And he looked at me, turned to me and said, Nancy, don't fight Sean on this. They should come out. And then I told him the cost. And then I had to listen to him for 20 minutes of my life I will never get back.
I felt like that before.
Yeah, so I'm just saying there's 20 minutes of my life, hopefully he's not watching this, that I will never get back, to the point where I had to go into some further details. When I look at this and I see the 12 complaints that were mentioned by Mr. Lee and the other presenter, and I look at the cost, and even if we're looking at the $100,000 cost, we're looking at roughly about $36,000 per complaint to rectify this situation. And again, I wish the bike lanes didn't go there. I didn't support it, but I just can't justify this money being spent on this. When I go back to a letter sent, an email from October 18th, 2018, from a staff person to Colleen Jordan, it clearly states in this letter, and I've sent it through to staff so they have a copy of it. I'm not going to read the full thing, but there would be a significant cost to reinstate 4 lanes cross-section of Harwood Avenue. The direction would not be supported at a staff level and would not be consistent with the town's objective to strengthen connections between the waterfront and downtown. From 2018 to currently now, I'm not seeing a lot that's changed that would justify this amount of money. So I'm gonna support Councillor Dyes in this. I mean, if she was bringing forth a motion to install some bike lanes, I don't know how I'd feel about that, but they're already there. And I'm not seeing really the need to take them out. I don't think that staff is supporting this, taking them out. So, and I am worried about also too what this is gonna look like for any future certifications. My understanding is that there will be recertifications now for our silver certificate. And if I'm wrong about that, someone over there tell me on the staff side. But my understanding is that we're not going to get the support we need from the cycling community if we do this. So that's what I have to say at this time. Thank you.
I'll just point out that won't happen. I don't do a lot of things without checking with staff first, and that was one of the things is, will this affect our designation of bike-friendly silver? And no, it won't. And Army and who is the other person over there can speak to the amount of time we've been trying to get gold. Nobody seems to know what we have to do to get it, but we've done a lot and nothing seems to be working. So I gave that up a few years ago. I don't see anybody else on the speakers list. So now I see Councillor Bauer.
Would you like to go first?
No, you go first.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Collier, and thank you to my council colleagues for bringing this motion forward. And I wanted to make a few comments. So I did have a quick look at the 2013 public consultation notes and reports at that time. And the top comment, although there was support, the top comment was about preference for off-road bicycle lanes. And I will say in 2018, when I was campaigning in that area, top concerns I heard at the door were get rid of those bike lanes. They're dangerous. Nobody uses them. We live down here. We don't want them. And then the concern about safety, particularly at Clover Ridge with the kids at school, and that it was such mayhem in the morning and afternoon that cars were racing in and out and possibly they're just rushing to get into that one lane to turn in and out of the school. So I'll be honest and say that I supported this change since it was initiated, actually, in 2020. And I never really heard from any resident until recently that they wanted these lanes to stay. I didn't really hear much comment, maybe from a couple people. But over the last 6 years, I have regularly heard from a very small number of residents. So to have 12 formal complaints, I believe that if that's what the stat says. But I will tell you that I've received way more than 12. And then consistently throughout the last 6 years from 2 or 3 people by email, phone, or in person. So I wanted to see for myself, and I did check with staff, Councillor Henry, about the diamond-friendly, bicycle-friendly awards. And it was confirmed to me by the manager that we are not removing bicycle facilities, we're just replacing it with another one, so that doesn't impact our silver-friendly status. And second, we approved in the budget 10 additional bike facilities in the budget. So I think that the town we can be confident that we do support our cyclists. But it really came down to me about what happens in that area. So I'm probably going to go over my 5 minutes. So I did go down on 6 different occasions and did a count, parked on the north side or the south side, and wanted to see with my own eyes because you hear lots of different things. So I'm just going to read off what I found. I went on a Saturday afternoon between 2 and 2:30 looking at southbound only. In a half an hour period, I saw 142 vehicles, 1 mobility scooter, 1 bike using the lane, and 2 bikes using the sidewalk. On Sunday, May 5th, around the same time, 2:20 to 2:50, watching northbound traffic, I counted 106 vehicles, 1 bus, no bikes in the lanes or the sidewalks. I went during school rush on Monday, May the 6th, between 8:30 and 9, to watch the crossing at Clover Ridge because, again, it's about safety for me, and because that's a big concern for residents with 4 lanes of traffic. 2 crossing guards on duty. I counted 17 kids crossing within that half hour. 9 of them crossed with parents. I spoke very briefly with the crossing guard because just to explain that I was standing there where she was. And the comment she made to me was, what we need is an always stop here. So, and she also commented that in inclement weather, this was a beautiful morning, but in inclement weather, most parents drive their children. And in the afternoon pickup, you might see maybe a little more people crossing the street there if the weather's nice. I also saw, and here's what stood out for me, in a 30-minute period, 2 near accidents, like holy moly accidents, both involving vehicles from either side of Clover Ridge trying to race each other to turn north and get into that lane first. So merging into those lanes, I saw it once involving 2 vehicles and another time involving 3 vehicles. So I saw that twice, so 2 accidents. I went on an evening during the week, Wednesday, May the 8th, between 6:15 and 6:45, counted southbound. I counted 163 vehicles, 0 bikes, 1 bus, and a scooter that used both the sidewalk and the lane. I wanted to try a weekend morning, so I went Saturday, May 11th, between 10:30 and 11, counted northbound, 139 cars, and 2 bikes, 1 in the lane and 1 in the sidewalk. And then I went just this past Sunday, so a long weekend, not sure what I would see, because many people were out of town.
Councillor Bauer, that's your 5 minutes. We'll have to wrap up.
To around 11 to 11:30, I counted 104 vehicles, 9 bikes, 7 in the lanes and 2 on the sidewalk, and another near accident. Same situation, racing to try and get into that lane. So to me, that speaks to the comment from the residents that it started in 2018 and continued till today, that it is dangerous. I understand the passion of the cyclists. In fact, I feel it is our obligation to listen to residents when they are passionate and want to speak about something. So I did offer guidance to the petitioners about how to submit a petition and how to register for delegation, because it's my responsibility to listen to our residents. So what I really wanted to say is it all comes down to me for what is the outcome that will benefit the most number of residents in our town. And I have to say that the most number of residents would benefit from the use of a multi-use path, consistency, and it's what the norm is right now. So, so I will continue to support my original decision of replacing the bike lanes with a multi-use path. Thank you for the time.
Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Your Worship. This would be a really easy decision to win residents' support by just supporting the motion. I did also drive on Harwood today and noticed that the area where the school is considered a community safety zone. And again, it is, if you're caught speeding there, as I guess that's the area that they're concerned about drag racing, if that returns to 4 lanes of traffic, you're fined a double fine. And I would guess that because it's a community safety zone, we at some point will be seeing an ASE camera on that road. Is that correct? So I would say that the concern about drag racing could be eliminated simply by having the ASE camera placed in that area. And obviously the community safety zone with the school there is definitely a benefit to any kind of traffic that might be there. I have been threatened and bullied a number of times by residents, and this budget was transparent. This budget was public. We had 3 residents come and present to us. I have been against these bike lanes for two times that we discussed it. And when I was asked to support it, never had one single resident come to me asking me to keep them in. So when I was asked to support it, I felt that there was not the support out there to keep the lanes in, because I'd never heard anything up until 5 months after the budget was approved. I met with our former mayor, and I asked him the same question. So if we had approved a budget and residents came here and asked us to put something back in, what would your response be? Knowing full well what his response would be, because I served under him for 8 years, terrified of him. And he said, that's not an easy decision for you to make. So I believe that, I believe we did do our due diligence. I do believe that this was an open, transparent budget. Yes, it's big. It's a big budget. We look at the budget. We ask questions. I looked at that meeting, not one of us, although Joanne, I will say Regional Councillor Dyes did ask about the retaining wall for the multi-use path, but not one of us brought this subject out in the budget time at that time. Not one of us asked for it to be reversed, not one of us. And every single one of us approved this budget. So I'm going to stick with my original decision, and whether that means I continue to be threatened, I'm not sure.
I'm not threatening you. The fact that you're not scared of me, it's a good thing. Must be doing something right. Not like the other one. Councillor Tyler Moore, and you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Your Worship. So I want to first say thank you to Mr. Lee and his civic engagement. He shows a lot of passion, and I respect that infinitely, as well as all the people that have thoughts on what we should do with the money that we collect. It comes down to that. I think if you want to frame it, because there's a lot of things in social media saying a waste of taxpayers' money, but that's somebody framing something that they don't want. Almost everything you could pull that is in a budget and say that's good, that's bad, that's a waste of taxpayers' money. So it's not so much a waste of taxpayers' money, it's more of a vision. My vision is that a multi-use path would start at Veterans Point and go into Ward 1 and into Ward 2 and go all the way to Taunton Road one day. And I know that crossing the 401 is a whole other subject. But this, to me, is the start of that. That's the way I'm looking at it. Also, and I'll let the mayor speak to this, but I know that the costs have been all over the place. But really, the cost of the multi-use path is absolutely. But the other cost of removing the bike lanes and the paving in a few years, if this section of road gets paved in 2024 or 2025, whenever it comes, 2024, I guess, it'll save us money, because we know if we get to do it in 2 or 3 years, it'll be maybe not double, but almost double. The other factor, and I took the time to look through our meetings, So in October 2021, which seems very long ago now, it got added to the budget. This project got added to the budget. Publicly, everybody knew it got added to the budget. Since that time, and I counted in summer break and everything, there's been 27 council meetings and 27 GGCs, General Government Committee, 54 opportunities. And now we're right in the doorstep. I believe staff can confirm that it's been budgeted, it's been approved, it's been tendered, and it's going to start this summer, right at the very end. And I'll be honest, I feel very pressured because now it's all in motion. Well, maybe that's not the right word to use. But anyways, I'll just leave it at that. But I don't think that we need to say this is a waste of taxpayers' money. This is a vision over a project that some people will like, some people won't. I'm learning that in this job. Thank you for my comments. Let me speak.
Okay, I don't see anybody else, so I'll just give my comments. And Councillor Tyler Moore, and you spoke well on that, because I mean, a walk-on motion now at the 11th hour to me is not something I could consider. There's been so many opportunities for this. And if we were to go throw it in reverse now and change everything and go back 3 years, we absolutely are throwing taxpayer dollars away, because this is designed, out for tender right now, and ready for construction. I want to talk to some of the points like drag racing. A lot of this stuff is just people's perspective. I grew up down there as well. I grew up since 1969 on Gregory Road. I've been up and down Harwood literally tens of thousands of times on motorcycles, bikes, cars, you name it, and have seen it go from from 2 lanes to 4 lanes to 2 lanes and everything else in between. And I've never seen drag racing. It's a short stretch where you got to stop. It's not where people drag race on Audley Road. They don't drag race on Harwood Avenue, Lower Harwood. I ran on this in 2018. I didn't support putting the bike lanes in. It was paid for by gas tax for the most part, but I didn't support it, but I didn't have the votes to not make it happen. So, but I did in a debate at the Ajax Community Center, when asked, openly admitted publicly that we made a mistake. It's on record, and I'm going to change it. In, I think it was October of 2020, Councillor Bauer and I brought a motion requesting staff, where was it, to look into this option and report back to us. April 2021, I think it was. And that's what they did. And I've seen all sorts of comments online, and even Mr. Lee's presentation, the mayor did this, mayor did that. Well, I'm only one vote, this is democracy. And council supported it. And as Rob said, there's been 27 opportunities to change that, 3 budgets. But 3 years later is not the time. Talked about the budget a little bit. I mean, this was a new budget, it was the mayor's budget. I removed almost $20 million, or bumped out almost $20 million worth of projects in this budget. 15, well, it was 12 million. Now it's 15 for Lake Ridge Road, we pushed out. And the only thing I added in was this, the $425,000, I think it was, to redo this road, to finish the project that we started based on council direction. This is directed by council. We've passed motions to do this, and I formed the budget to make that happen. So to turn around now and start reversing budget items when on December 18th, we put out to everybody, detailed line by line, everything I added, one thing, and everything that we took out or pushed out, so council had a full picture of everything. And then you all had 4 weeks to review it. We had our meeting on the 15th of January, which we didn't have to have. There's no statutory requirement to have a meeting, but I wanted to be transparent. And yes, Councillor Dyes spoke to the retaining wall, but no motions came forward. Council had 5 days to veto it. They didn't. The budget was adopted. There's been tons of opportunity. I remember in 2021 when we first made this decision and that petition started. And a petition, and I'm sorry, I can't put any weight in this petition. I can't give it any credibility whatsoever, because if you read it, it's written to give you the result it gives. You know, it doesn't tell the whole story about the bike lanes all the way from Bailey all the way down on Road, which is part of the 2013 plan. If you think people don't like the bike lanes in that little stretch at the bottom, guaranteed they're sure not gonna like them all the way down from Bailey. It doesn't talk about that. It says, I strongly disagree with the decision to arbitrarily, it wasn't arbitrary at all, it was democratically remove the bicycle lanes on Harwood Avenue South. This action serves no useful purpose, that's somebody's opinion, without justification, someone's opinion, and a waste of taxpayers' money, and endangers lives. All somebody's opinion, that's all arbitrary. If I had that, somebody gave me that, I'd probably sign it too if I didn't know what I knew. But if this said, you know, would you prefer a 3-meter off-road multi-use path all the way, full connectivity from the waterfront all the way to Bailey versus the current plan of on-road cycling infrastructure all the way down, and the cost is the same, which is what the real story is, I think you would get a much better representation than other people just blindly signing a petition. And that's unfortunately what's happened, which is why I can't really give this any credit. Anyway, I'm probably over my time. I can't support this. I think it would be an absolute disservice to go backwards at this point in this late date. I don't see Councillor Lee online. Did he want to speak to this? Okay. So if there's nothing further, can you open the vote, please? And that fails. Moving on to the confirming bylaw, I think I'm starting back over in Ward 1. Moved by Councillor Tyler Morin, seconded by Councillor Crawford. The bylaw number 36-2024 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ajax at its meeting held on May 21st, 2024 be read a first, second, third time and passed. Comments? Councillor Bauer?
I wanted to make some announcements.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, put that on hold. Sorry. Can we? Yep, go ahead. Announcements.
Thank you. Okay. So I wanted to make 3 announcements. One of them is to congratulate the Royal Canadian Sea Cadet Corps Harwood, who will be celebrating their 50th anniversary this year. And they will be having their annual ceremonial review at ACC on Pad 1 on Saturday, June the 8th at 1:30. And I also wanted to mention regarding Filipino Heritage Month, there are 2 flag raisings that will be happening. One at the Region on June 7th at 3 o'clock. I believe that's a Friday. And the other one is June 24th at 10 a.m. And that will be the first time that Whitby will be raising the Filipino flag. And I was invited to attend as the first and only elected official of Filipino heritage. Very proud of that at Celebration Park, I believe is the name of it. So come out if you want to come out. Salamat po.
Thank you. Councillor Lee?
Thank you, Chair, and great debate, everyone, on the last motion. June is Pride Month, so just thought I'd call that out. That includes the Pride Parade at the town of Ajax on June 2nd, I believe, as well as Drag Queen Storytime at the Ajax Library on June 1st. Also on June 1st is the Mayor and Council picnic, barbecue, what are we calling it? Barbecue, which will be at the Audley Rec Center. And finally, very topical, May is Asian Heritage Month. The reason I bring it up, obviously, Asian heritage, but also the chair used the analogy earlier today in his presentation that, you know, we built the Canadian Pacific Railway in 3 years or 4 years. We should be able to do other things. Adding to that, obviously, is it took 18,000 Chinese men coming over, working for very little wages, working very dangerous jobs, and then being met with bigotry and racism and prejudicial laws that were passed prohibiting them from getting immigration status. So although it is very easy to just remember the fact that a railway was built, it is really also important to mention the lives that were affected as a result, especially of Chinese descent. So just want to call that out. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to mention that for the first time, I think, that I've known, Councillor Tyler Morin and myself are having a community event at the village in the courtyard. It's called Sweets in the Village. We want to promote our beautiful village. We're going to have Maverick Donuts and Grandma Lee Bakery, and we are having a couple of young entrepreneurs have tables there. And Mill Photography is going to has sponsored free photography booth, so a photo booth. So we really, first 80 residents that show up get free ice cream on Rob and I. So it's going to be a fun Sunday afternoon between 11 and 2. That's Sunday, June the 9th.
Excellent. Councillor Henry?
Thank you. I just wanted to let the Ward 2 residents know that Councillor Lee and I have an upcoming ward meeting on May 28th from 6:30 to 8:30, where we will be discussing ward concerns, but also community action group that we were talking about in the last meeting. So that will be in Community Hall, it will be in Entrance C at Audley Recreation Center, and it'll be in the first hall, Hall A, once you're inside the entrance. Thank you.
Councillor Tyler Moore?
Okay, and most importantly, no, just joking. Monday, May 27th, 2024, Monday coming up, 7 p.m. to 8:30 p.m., Regional Councillor Marilyn Crawford and myself, Councillor Tyler Morin, will be at McLean Community Center and for our monthly-ish community meetings. And this time, our regional staff will be on site discussing the green bin and all the changes coming on July 1st. So bring your questions and bring your friends, and we'll also be discussing other issues. So looking forward to seeing everybody on Monday, May 27th, 2024, 7 p.m. at McLean Center for the Ward 1 community meeting. Thank you.
Councillor Crawford.
Sorry, I forgot one more thing. This year actually marks 50 years that the Pickering Village became part of Ajax. So I know Bean and Basket is working on a nice little T-shirt to commemorate that big event. So anyway, I don't know why we don't call it Ajax Village, but it remains Pickering Village in Ajax. Thanks.
Pickering didn't want it. Same with Pickering High School. Okay, if there's nothing further in new business or announcements, confirming bylaw moved by Councillor Tyler Moore and second by Councillor Crawford. The bylaw number 36-2024 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of Corporation of the Town of Ajax at its meeting held on May 21st be read a first, second, third time and passed. Please vote. Finally, back to Ward 2, moved by Councillor Henry, second by Councillor Lee, that the May 21st, 2024 meeting of the Council of the Town of Ajax be adjourned. Those in favor? Thank you, everyone. This meeting is adjourned.